check, check. Thank you. Shall we? Yes. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you reduce your sound there, please? Yeah, I'm Dr. Amadou Tal. I'm the moderator of the two-day meeting with the donor of ECOWAS. We wish to thank you for coming first, because this is something to be said before we start up. But before going to the workshop, I want to congratulate Mr. Anansi Traore for the hard work he has done. I want you to applaud him warmly, very warmly. You know, today we are talking about fisheries and aquaculture in ECOWAS. And we should say that that's his job. That's what he initiated himself. And the first expert sitting here is Dr. Sidibe Abubakar. I want you to applaud him also. The Honorable Wellington Omaragun. He came not too long, but he's the champion of the validation of the blue economy strategy of Nigeria among the first countries in the ECOWAS countries. Tawfiq Brahima. When he wrote his name, I said, you are from Ghana. And do you know why? He didn't ask me why, so I will not tell you. I will not tell you why, we'll do it after. So thank you for coming to this very important event, and I rapidly follow the agenda. We'll give the floor to FAO with the welcome address, followed, of course, by ECOWAS, and the opening speech would be done by the Honorable Director of Fisheries of Nigeria. Thank you. You have the floor, my dear. On behalf of the FAO representative, you have a choice. You want to sit or you want to stand? That's on. Yes, you want to sit. Thank you. Yes. Okay, we give you. Yeah, but I mean, welcome him, please.
No, thank you. Good morning, all distinguished colleagues, senior colleagues, I might say, because of LNC. Thank you so much. And I think his applause is well deserved. He has been leading this for a long time, and in agriculture, it's one of the beacons that we have in ECOWAS, and I think we can applaud him more. Ladies and gentlemen, as introduced by the MC, my name is Tawfiq Brahima, Program Officer for FAO in Nigeria. I'm currently standing in for Mr. Hussein Gaden, who is the FAO country representative to Nigeria and also to ECOWAS. So permit me to read a very brief remarks that he has asked me to. The interesting part is when you are reading on somebody's behalf, the mistake is his, not yours. So please credit all good remarks to me, but credit the mistakes to him. So I read, distinguished representative from the ECOWAS community for West Africa, colleagues from FAO sub-regional office, representative and Director Wellington from the Ministry of Fishery and Blue Economy, technical aspects, donor partners, colleagues from AFD, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great honor to warmly welcome you all in Abuja for this important donor roundtable. On behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization, please allow me to express our deep appreciation for your presence and for your continued commitment to strengthening regional coordination to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in West Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, as we meet this week at this critical time, according to the ECOWAS, the West African region loses more than $2 billion every year due to illegal fishing. This is not just a financial loss, it is a loss that directly undermines livelihood, food security, and the sustainable management of our marine resources. Colleagues, the IUU fishing or international unregulated fishing is more than an environmental challenge. It is a profound development challenge. It disadvantages honest fishers, threatens the collapse of local fisheries, and weakens artisanal fishing, the backbone of many coastal communities, as we can all testify in Nigeria. It derives household of food, erodes opportunity for poverty reduction, and compromises the nutrition of millions across the region. Distinguished guests, furthermore, IUU fishing undermines governance. It thrives where monitoring and control capacity is weak, where corruption can be exploited, and where fragmented effort leads gaps for illegal operators to take advantage of. Ladies and gentlemen, if left unchecked, it reduces the impact of national and regional conservation efforts, jeopardize long-term fish stock sustainability, and ultimately erodes trust in institutions. Distinguished guests, thankfully, there is a hope and there is a momentum. In 2016, the entry into force of the FAO Agreement on Port States Measures marked the first binding international instrument designed specifically to combat IUU fishing. Distinguished guests, today, 11 of the 12 coastal countries in West Africa are already parties to this agreement, and I think this is commendable. And in several, including Cabo Verde, the Gambia, Ghana, Guinea, Liberia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, have benefited from FAO capacity development support for its implementation. This shows commitments of the region and the potential to make a difference. And I think all parties who have supported to get us this far deserve a commendation. Ladies and gentlemen, that fisheries know no borders. The oceans connect us, and so must our response. This is why regional cooperation is indispensable. Regional fisheries bodies such as the FCWC and then the SRFC, together with ECOWAS, are playing a central role in promoting harmonization, strengthening monitoring and enforcement, and ensuring that the region speaks with one voice against IUU fishing. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to commend ECOWAS, the FCWC, and then the SRFC for their leadership over the past 5 years. With FAO's technical support, they have successfully developed a regional strategy framework and action plan to combat IUU fishing. This framework sets the stage for a coherent, coordinated, and impactful response across West Africa. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, we can take an applause for those who have made this happen. Distinguished guests, however, the task now is to move from planning to implementation. But implementation requires resources. And that is the very reason why we are here today. This donor roundtable represents a unique opportunity to bring together regional organizers, development partners, and the donor community to mobilize the necessary support to operationalize the RFAAP through a sub-regional program. Ladies and gentlemen, the objective of our discussion today are clear. One is to share the major strategies and initiatives designed to combat IUU fishing at regional and sub-regional levels. Two, present and acknowledge the project document for the implementation of the RSFAP. Third is to explore potential funding opportunities and secure donor engagements. And lastly, agree on collectively on the next steps towards implementation. Distinguished guests, the roundtable is not just about combating IUU fishing, it's also about safeguarding food security, protecting livelihood, promoting sustainable use of marine resources, and advancing regional integration and cooperation. Colleagues, let me mention that FAO stands ready to continue supporting ECOWAS, FCWC, and SRFC in this endeavor and work hand in hand with stakeholders and donor partners to ensure that commitments that we make here today translate into concrete actions on the ground and at sea. Distinguished guests, let me conclude by reiterating FAO's appreciation to ECOWAS for convening this meeting and to FCWC and SRFC for their leadership. Above all, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank our donor partners and other development agencies for their long-standing support and for joining us today to chart the path forward. Distinguished guests, together we can ensure that the oceans of West Africa continue to sustain livelihoods, and prosperity for generations to come. I thank you all and have a fruitful dedication.
Thank you so much. I think the message is clear. FAO is a strategic partner of ECOWAS, and we are so thankful. And the work you have achieved till now is really well appreciated, not only ECOWAS, but all the individual member countries of the ECOWAS, the 15 member countries of ECOWAS. So let me pass on the floor to Mr. Alain C. Traoré, the Director of Agric and Rural Development. Give him hands, please. No, wait.
Bonjour à tout le monde. J'espère que vous allez bien. Il y a des francophones, il y a des anglophones. Even though I will deliver my message in English, but I still have to speak my native language, which is bonjour, to share it with my good friends and brothers of Nigeria. I used to tease them, they are willing us to speak English, but they are not really willing to speak French with us. That's for my big brother. No, in a very serious note, Honorable Director of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished representative of the FAO representation in Nigeria, distinguished representative of European Union in Nigeria, the representative of Spanish Agency for International Development, my dear friend, others are also my friend, but she is especially my friend, the representative of Agence Française de Développement in Nigeria, representative of African Development Bank, my colleagues and brother from ECOWAS Bank of Investment and Development, representative of European Fisheries Control Agency, Permanent Secretary of Sea Regional Fisheries Commission, and the list is long, eh? Director of Fisheries Committee of West Central Gulf of Guinea, dear expert and colleague, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly glad and very happy to be here on behalf of the ECOWAS Commission and have the great honor and pleasure to welcome you all in Abuja. Abuja is the most beautiful city in Africa. If you contest it, you can argue with me at the coffee break. I will give you evidence-based that is the most beautiful and nice city in Africa. I always say it wherever I am opening remarks in Nigeria. And I've been here for 17 years. I can confess and I can give you evidence. The fisheries sector is strategic for our region. It's not just about food and trade, but also about livelihood, culture, and the dignity of millions of our citizens who depend directly or indirectly on marine resources. Sadly, IUU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated IUU fishing, continue to undermine these foundations. It deprives our country of billions of dollars annually, threatens food security, degrades marine ecosystem, and compromise the future of our coastal communities. This is a serious issue for us. With the support of EU and FAO, over the past 7, I must say even 10 years, ECOWAS, in collaboration with the Sub-Regional Fisheries Committee and the Fisheries Committee for the Gulf, the Central West Gulf of Guinea, FCWC, has taken concrete steps to address this scourge. Through our recent tripartite memorandum of understanding signed in 2022, that we are still yet to fully implement, and with the technical support of FAO, we have developed a regional strategic framework and action plan to combat IUU fishing in West Africa. This framework is our collective roadmap to eliminate IUU fishing, strengthening national and regional monitoring, control, and surveillance system, and build institutional, legal, and operational capacity across the region. And this is embedded in our ECOWAS and Central Africa maritime security strategy. So you can see we have another strategy above the IUU fishing itself. I believe that from the PESCAO program, largely funded by the European Union support in the past, we were able to build our capacity. And it is my pleasure to meet some of colleagues that work tightly with me. Dr. Tal, still young. I believe that, I don't know if I will get your age and I will be so welfare, I don't know. Dr. Sidibe later on moved from our office and joined FAO. I was not happy that he left us and joined FAO. And another young man who came in my office, I gave him a good office and then went back, and he never came back again and greet us. And I was wondering if my office was not nice. That is why he did not come back. So I'm very happy. And I can see also some other colleagues joining FAO, my friend there, DT, or not DT, his name is a little bit confusing with another, Seraphin, yes, grab again by FAO. So FAO, please leave them sometimes to us, and then, or let's just come back, send them back to us. That will be good. I'm just joking. We are all, you can notice that we are all a regional team, and this is very, very marvelous, and I'm happy for that. I believe that the new funded program from the NDK and Global Gateway of European Union, WASOP, the West African Ocean Program, will leverage from our collective success stories and move us in another stage. This is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting is not only about mobilizing resources. It is also about building a stronger coalition of partners, governments, regional institutions, development partners, and civil society to protect one of the West African most vital assets, our fisheries. Together, we can turn the tide against IUU fishing, safeguard livelihoods, ensure food and nutrition security, and promote inclusive and sustainable economic growth. I wish to sincerely thank all the partners here today present who have joined hands with ECOWAS in this endeavor, especially again, FAO, for your continued technical support to ECOWAS and our regional fisheries bodies, FCWC and the SFSC, for their dedication and collaboration. I would like to highlight that here, ECOWAS is now fully committed to consider our sector. And it is my great pleasure and honor to introduce two strong and high-profile leaders that joined me recently. I was able to manage to get them recruited. Dr. Jiga Chiao, maybe stand up. And yes, is a principal officer dedicated only for that IUU fishes and marine issues. I'm very happy for that. And I hope also the European Union will be happy, because one of the milestones that was expected by European Union support to us under PESCAO was to empower ECOWAS commitment to recruit new staff. Unfortunately, they came 2 years after Dr. Tal left me, CDB left the office, but I was able to connect them, and they are now working as a dream team in the region. I'm very happy for that. The second high-level profile officer that I want to introduce is Dr. Paul Akande, who joined my office also only 6 months or 7 months ago, learning. So it will be dedicated exclusively on aquaculture development. So you are understanding that the importance of these two separate sectors, for which ECOWAS itself is employing permanent staff to give more attention, more dedication, and working with partners and our national government body to push this agenda into another level. I am confident that you will all grant them the same support and the warm support you have been giving to me in the Directorate of Agriculture. And I wish all of them a very brilliant career in ECOWAS. And I hope FAO will not grab you out from ECOWAS and you will continue to serve us. I want to thank you all for being here today. And I look forward to your fruitful discussion and the commitment for that will emerge from this meeting. Before I conclude, it is a little bit emotional for me. Before I conclude, this will certainly be my last official opening remarks at this meeting. You are aware about the political situation in ECOWAS. I am a native from Burkina Faso, and because Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have withdrawn from ECOWAS, by rules and procedures, I will cease my official services at the end of this month, after 70 years wonderful journey in ECOWAS at the service of our community. But I will still be in the region, hopefully. I will grow up in another level, but I'm sure I will meet you all, certainly in some other occasion. On this note, I call all of you for necessary support to my colleague and continue with strong collaboration with ECOWAS. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can we have a standing ovation for him? Standing ovation. And again, and again, and again. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Exact. That's, yes. You know, that's what I wanted to say. He used to lose his staff from ECOWAS to FAO. Now he's leaving ECOWAS for FAO. And this is the revenge. He is revenging. So I think that, Honorable Wellington, you should be very happy, because this is happening in Nigeria. And each time you chair a meeting, it is a high level. So you have the floor. But please, as you are representing the minister, maybe you want to sit. No, you are standing. So warm, very warm for him. Thank you.
ECOWAS Director of Agriculture and Rural Development, FAO Representative, Secretary General of FCWC, my friend, my brother, Dr. Amadou Tor, all distinguished participants here present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm felicitations from the Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, CON. It is my pleasure to welcome you all today to the beautiful city of Abuja, Nigeria, for this important donors roundtable for the presentation of the regional strategic framework and action plan to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in West Africa, and the presentation of the project document for its implementation. Let me begin by expressing appreciation to the ECOWAS Commission, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the Fisheries Committee for the Central Gulf of Guinea, and the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission for convening this program and for their continuing support to fisheries development in our region. The fisheries sector is central to the social, economic, and nutritional well-being of our people. Unfortunately, the region faces the persistent threat of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Estimates indicate that West Africa loses about $2 billion annually to IUU fishing. This shocking figure represents not just a financial loss, but also the depletion of a natural resource base that undermines our effective resource management, threatens food security, and endangers the livelihoods of millions that depended on that sector. The transboundary nature of IUU fishing makes it clear that no country can confront this menace in isolation. Vessels and operators move across jurisdictions, exploiting weaknesses in national monitoring and enforcement systems, which is why there is urgent need for stronger regional cooperation, improved coordination, and harmonized approaches if we are to make any meaningful progress. It is in response to this challenge that the Economic Community of West Africa States, in partnership with the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission and the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea, with the support of FAO, developed the Regional Strategic Framework and Action Plan to combat IUU fishing in West Africa. This framework represents our collective resolve to eliminate IUU fishing through robust legal, institutional, technical, and operational measures. At the regional level, Nigeria has received significant support in combating IUU fishing through the Fisheries Committee for the West Central Gulf of Guinea and the Food and Agricultural Organization. As a member of the West Africa Task Force, Nigeria benefits from strengthened regional cooperation, information sharing, and joint enforcement with other member states. FCWC has supported the adoption of regional legal frameworks, capacity building, and the establishment of monitoring centers with vessel tracking systems. Complementing this, FAO has assisted Nigeria in implementing the Post-State Measures Agreement, technical assistance and capacity building. These efforts have strengthened Nigeria's ability to detect, prevent, and respond to illegal fishing activities in its waters. At the national level, Nigeria has continued to take steps to strengthen its fishery governance. The Honorable Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, His Excellency Adegboyega Oyetola, CON, has consistently emphasized the need to address IUU fishing as part of the broader agenda for food security, maritime security, and sustainable economic growth. Nigeria has invested in strengthening its monitoring, control, and surveillance systems, improved inspection and compliance procedures, and engaged with coastal communities in participatory surveillance. The federal government has also supported regional initiatives under ECOWAS, FCWC, and SROFC, recognizing that cooperation is key in addressing this challenge. These efforts, while commendable, are not enough. Gaps remain in enforcement, data management, financing, and regional coordination. There is need to upgrade vessel monitoring systems, improve the sharing of information across borders, and ensure that national legislation is harmonized with regional and international frameworks. Training and capacity building for fisheries officers, inspectors, and judicial authorities must also be given priority so that laws are not only enacted, but effectively enforced. This roundtable provides an opportunity to present the regional strategic framework and its action plan, share strategies already in place, and most importantly, engage our development partners and donors to mobilize the resources required for effective implementation. Combating IUU fishing requires significant financial and technical inputs, particularly in surveillance operations, the acquisition of modern equipment, the development of data systems, and the training of personnel. Development partners, donors, and the private sector, therefore, have critical role to play in complementing national and regional efforts. Beyond resource mobilization, it is important to emphasize the role of partnership in combating IUU fishing, as it demands collaboration not only among government and regional organizations, but also with local fishing communities, civil society organizations, and the private sector. Artisanal fishers in particular must be engaged as partners in surveillance and compliance efforts, as their participation enhances legitimacy and effectiveness. Processors and traders must also be part of the solution by promoting traceability and refusing to deal in products derived from IUU fishing. I wish to emphasize that this roundtable must move us beyond strategies and frameworks into concrete actions. The regional strategic framework and action plans is a valuable instrument, but its impact will only be felt if it is fully implemented. This requires sustained commitment, practical coordination, and adequate resourcing. Distinguished participants, I urge all of us to approach this engagement with a shared sense of urgency and commitment. Together, we can build sustainable fisheries, strengthen maritime security, protect the livelihoods of coastal communities, and secure the long-term benefits of our marine resources for future generations. On this note, I once again welcome you all to the city of Abuja and wish all of us fruitful deliberations and outcomes from this important roundtable. Thank you all and God bless.
Good speech. Another round of applause for him. And thank you for urging quick action, because we are losing too much. If we compare the amount of fish imports compared to what we are losing with IUU, the balance is very clear. And we are quite happy that you explain why and how to address these difficulties. And this is an appeal to the donors. I know that you want to hear something clear, will be clear and concrete, and the decision will come from you. In this note, I want you to introduce yourself individually. We know who are the people are in this room. I will start by the gentleman, I think from Spain. You're from Spain? ¿Qué tal? Muy bien. You have the floor, please. Yes, of course. Nunca es tarde cuando se llega. Ah, sí. Claro.
Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Santiago Ormeño. I am the head of the Spanish cooperation. We take care of the cooperation program with ECOWAS. We are very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. C'est la France.
Bonjour, c'est la France. It's Sally Ibrahim, and I am from the French Development Agency. I am based here in Abuja, and I'm in charge of different programs that are in collaboration with ECOWAS and definitely with Nigeria. So I'm happy to be here to participate to this roundtable, and thanks again to inviting us to this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Our brother from EB.
Thank you very much. David Adibayo is my name from ECOWAS Bank for Investment and Development. I'm an agriculture and rural development specialist. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you for coming, Madam. You have the floor.
Thank you. And my name is Xenia Stahl. I'm a political officer for maritime security at the EU delegation here in Abuja, accredited to Nigeria and to ECOWAS. Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you for the support you usually and deeply provide to ECOWAS. Thank you so much. My brother from EFCA.
Yes, good morning to all. Yes, my name is Rafael Duarte. I'm at the European Fisheries Control Agency based in Vigo, Spain. And I just joined in EFCA, the team dealing with the international dimension and the projects that we are implemented, the Pescao that concluded some time ago. So I joined the team and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The good work you have done during the Pescao period. Now we'll give floor to FAO.
Okay, I start. CDB is out. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Paula Anton. I'm the Fishery and Aquaculture Officer in the FAO Office for West Africa.
Okay, Dr. Sidibé, you introduce yourself because he's the one who authorized this meeting.
Good morning. My name is Sidibé Abubakar. I'm just, how call it in good English? Je suis le commis de vous tous ici. I'm in the FAO office in Accra.
He's working for us. That's good to have your boss working for you. And he pays you at the end of the month. Thank you so much. Next, Côte d'Ivoire.
Bonjour à tous, je suis de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je suis le chargé de programme du bureau de la FAO de Côte d'Ivoire et personne ressource dans ce processus d'élaboration, de mobilisation des ressources pour la lutte contre la pêche illégale.
Thank you so much. My sister is not Liberia. That's FAO today. Not Liberia, eh?
Good morning to all. I'm Emma and I'm with FAO.
Excellent. That's good. That's very good. So now you claim your passport. Next, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Encore, hein? Il est ici pour reportage.
No, he's here to learn how to move. Move out. Yes, Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Francisca. I'm from Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy. I work with the Department of Fisheries, Marine Industrial. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Good morning.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Oji Gideon from Federal Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy, Federal Department of Fisheries, Trade Division.
Thank you, Gideon. Next, please.
Hello. Is it on? Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Sibule J from the Regional Office for Africa, FAO, based in Accra.
Thank you, Sabil.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Austin-Odia. I'm in charge of ICT and Digital Agriculture, FAO Nigeria.
Thank you. Next.
Bonjour, c'est Khaled Ibrahim. Je suis le secrétaire permanent de la Commission régionale des pêches basée à Dakar. Je suis content d'être là parmi vous aujourd'hui pour justement débattre de ces questions très importantes.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Abdul Usman, the National Protection Officer, Fisheries and Aquaculture Value Chain at FAO Nigeria. Thank you.
Former member of the Department of Agriculture that left without authorization from the director.
Still the director.
Next, please.
Good morning.
The fisheries. I am a fisheries officer and a technical assistant to the director of fisheries and aquaculture. Thank you.
Thank you. FCWC now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Austin-Odia. I'm the regional coordinator of the FCWC Vessel Monitoring Center. Part of what we do is to look out the fleet distribution within the government and also support the effort of the National FMC Center in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je m'appelle Kosia Huedo. Je suis le coordonnateur du programme pour une océan durable en Afrique de l'Ouest, notamment pour la composante pilier 1 exécutée dans la région du CPCO. Il faut peut-être dire ici que c'est un programme qui est financé par l'Union européenne.
Yes, go ahead.
Oui, je mentionnais que c'est un programme financé par l'Union européenne et qui vient pérenniser les acquis et puis les activités déjà entamées dans le cadre du programme PESCAO.
Thank you. Next, please.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Dirento Antoine Gaston, secrétaire général du comité des pétitions de Guadeloupe. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Next, please.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Once again, my name is Olalekan Paul Akande, the Program Officer for Aquaculture Development at ECOWAS Commission. Thank you.
You are not allowed to go to FAO.
No. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jiga Chow. I'm Program Officer for Fisheries Development.
You remain at ECOWAS.
Forever.
Thank you so much.
Ex-FAO,
Ex-FAO.
This was.
This is the other way around, eh? Thank you so much. I think that the people of the high table, you should be very satisfied what we have seen. We have an audience where we have all the players, and then they will be able to explain. I mean, this range they will explain to you, and we expect good reaction from your side. Thank you so much. Now we
are also expecting African Development Bank. They missed the flight.
Okay, the African Development Bank may join us tomorrow. Yes, because they have missed the flight. Thank you. Now let's, because we have the opening speech from the Ministry Fisheries and Blue Economy of Nigeria, we are going for a short break, a group photo, and then coffee break. FAO used to say now that health break, and then we come back. Thank you so much. Give them time to go out. Thank you. Hello, hello, everybody. Can we resume the walk, please? Hello, hello. Coffee time is over. Okay. We are so happy to resume the work. Thank you for the first session. It was very, very interesting and attractive. And I've said we have all the players, main players around the table here. So before we start anything, we submit the draft agenda for validation. Everybody received through email the agenda, the draft agenda. Do we have somebody who wants something more or less, or we approve the agenda? Brahim? Brahim, the agenda, are you okay with? Yes. Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries? That's okay. Jiga, ECOWAS is okay with the program? You cannot say no because you drafted. You drafted the program. He's hesitating whether he's no. This yes. Can you get in, please? I'm speaking. Yes. Okay. So if you agree, can you show it that you validated? Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, according to the program, we'll do the presentation of background, objective, and expected results of the roundtable. This is me. Yes. That's me or you? That's me. Okay. I'm happy that we will have, after the strategies, the initiative, the major problems in the first sub-regional commission from Mauritania down to Sierra Leone. We have 7 countries, Mauritania to Sierra Leone. And the second one will be done by FCWC, starting from Liberia to Nigeria. So if we count, we have 12 coastal member countries of ECOWAS and Mauritania. So that's 13 countries for the program. Even during the PESCAO, we had the 15 ECOWAS member countries plus Mauritania, because there is similarities with that region. Mauritania's small pelagics are migrating from Mauritania to Senegal down to Guinea-Bissau and then coming up. And Dr. Sidibé had a very good program on that, and he can help when we come to that aspect. Yes. Are you ready? Tu n'as pas le... I've sent you by email. What we are going to say, of course, have been somehow said by FAO representatives, by the Director of Fisheries, and also by the Director of Fisheries of Nigeria. We have the same, what? I've sent you the documents. Tu n'as pas reçu un module aujourd'hui? I don't have my, you have a flash drive? I do have it. Yes, it's in there. Or I just give you my computer laptop. We can move to the computer laptop. Yeah? We can move and stop computer. So you have to use your. Yeah, but the problem is to have the presentation. I have to give it to you. You have it? Yes.
What about we say that we'll put in the flash now? We'll use it.
I've sent you. You just look at
They didn't connect in time.
Okay. I can vote. Yes.
This is dangerous.
C'est bon?
I don't see it.
We'll see. We have to pay for it. Or this one.
The flash is not working. Send it to me by. You can send it to me. I think it's better. You can send it to me by WhatsApp also. Okay.
Just open. Continue with us.
No, Ansel, tu as pris les deux. You open just we work, and when we finish, you.
You cannot work from the computer that on the drive.
Okay. Here we are. Okay. The donor roundtable to strengthen the regional coordination to combat the IUU in West Africa. Today, we have seen that the West Africa region is now the epicenter for the IUU. It has moved from the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic Ocean. Next, please. Okay, the background. The fisheries sector plays an important social, economic, and political role. We have said it. It is very important. We have a lot of communities taking their livelihoods, cheap animal protein, income generation for foreign currencies in different countries. We know that Dakar, Senegal is exporting a lot, Mauritania exporting a lot from the fisheries, Nigeria export also, and Cote d'Ivoire. Unfortunately, we are facing what we said an overfishing. And this is aggravated by the IUU. As the people from the high table said, we have seen that the IUU is undermining the stock management efforts, aggravating the overfishing, destroying the marine habitats, and degrading the coastal environment, which is very bad at the end of the day. You know, we have all these problems due to the IUU, threatening the survival of local communities who depend on fishing for their livelihood. You know that more and more we have illegal immigration because the fishermen, the coastal fisheries communities, they are trying to find better life in Europe because somehow due to overfishing. According to the Financial Transparency Coalition report, it is estimated that we are losing 2.3 billion. And I've said to you that we are importing for a value of 2.5 billion. If we had addressed the IUU, maybe we'll not import as such. It is unfortunate that West Africa is the biggest importing region of Africa, which is not normal. It is not normal at all. Despite ECOWAS efforts through the adoption of the integrated maritime security, fighting crimes, we know that IUU is recognized as a crime. This integrated maritime strategy was adopted in 2014. And they are working closely with the Department of Agriculture. And we were lucky to have the comprehensive strategic framework for sustainable fisheries and aquaculture development that have been endorsed by the head of states. So this is mandatory within the ECOWAS region. And this is aligned to the continental policy. So we don't have, and it is aligned to the main conventions and agreements of the United Nations. IUU fishing practices upsurge in West Africa, as I've said. We are suffering because Liberia, Sierra Leone had problems, crisis, political, military problems. We had different, we have the Ebola, and all the things were not in favor. Even Dakar, a stable country, is losing every year $300 million due to IUU. To address this situation, a regional approach is necessary. You cannot fight IUU as a single state. So technical and procedural cooperation is likely to be more successful in the fight against IUU. Next, please. So, regional strategic framework and action plan to combat the IUU in West Africa. We are lucky in this region. We have 2 sub-regional commissions for fisheries. Today, they are recognized by ECOWAS. So they are working for the different member countries. And this, we have talked about it. We developed a tripartite MOU. And today, the Commission for Finance and Administration of ECOWAS committed itself to give every year $80,000 to $120,000 to each of these 2 to help develop things, because they want now member countries of these individual 2 sub-regional commission to move to the technical committee of the fisheries in the region. So we are going from 2 separates to 1 single. When ECOWAS needs something, they ask, technically, of course, they have to ask to the 2 sub-regional commission for fisheries. That's why we are here, one of the reasons. We have FAO, which is the strategic partner, and we have ECOWAS, and we are facing the donor country. We cannot pay you back for the good support you are giving every day to us, especially EU. As it is already said, FAO technical assistance we have the regional strategic framework and action plan to combat illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing in West Africa. This program will be developed by FAO. Next, please. The overall objective of this regional strategy, of course, is to strengthen equitable economic growth and food security and nutrition, but more and more we are talking about food sovereignty in West Africa. Food sovereignty rather than food security and nutrition, by contributing to the sustainable management of marine resources through the elimination of IUU. I can say EU has helped us during the PESCAO to set up a regional MCS center in Accra, in Tema. Am I right, Gaston? Yes. We have a regional center to concentrate all the efforts. We don't want to lose. And to be fair, FCA was with us, helping us a lot to harmonize the regulation. And this should be put. We are not having this regional strategy out of the blue. There is ground work that have been done. Coming to the specific objectives, support national MCS. We have what EU funding and FCA technical advice given to us to support national MCS schemes and the regional cooperation architecture. We are not going as individual country, but many countries together. Implement legal, institutional, and operational mechanisms and capacities. This FAO has done a lot. FCA has done a lot, and EU provide the funds, and we had the commitment at the highest level from the ECOWAS management. Prevent data and eliminate IUU fishing activities, including taking legal action against the economic entities of those involved. Unfortunately, today, we still have in Ghana a yellow card, meaning that Ghana has not done enough effort yet to prove they are fighting efficiently the IUU. And I think this program, if funded, will help a lot countries that are facing problems and the other countries to strengthen their capacities. Next, please. To implement the regional program, a project document was developed in 2023 by ECOWAS, FCWC, and the Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries with the technical support of FAO for a duration of 5 years and estimated at 17 million euros. The expected results from the donor tables, round table, is the strategy initiative at the regional and sub-regional level to combat IUU is shared. Second point, the program document for the regional strategic framework and in action plan to combat IUU is distributed and acknowledged. And the last, before the last, all potential funding opportunities are explored and engagement obtained. That's what we think we are doing this afternoon and tomorrow, engaging with you to understand better what is behind and what the countries can get, mostly the coastal countries in West Africa. Participants agree on the next step toward the implementation of the regional strategy. I think this is very concrete, very clear, and of course, very pertinent. Next, please. Again, for the roundtable, introduce the major strategies initiative at regional and sub-regional level to combat the IUU, explain the rationale of the program, explore potential funding opportunities, and jointly accept the next step. Please, yes. And this is the program. This was the introduction for the program, and I have finished. Thank you for your kind attention. Please. You go back to the program, and we see who is coming next. Take the program that you have projected, because this is too small fonts. The program. Okay. Okay, we have given the objectives, the presentation and amendment, if any. Now I'm going to give the floor to my brother, Brahim. Let us go from north and go south, if you don't mind. You accept, guys? FCWC? That's up to you. Mais tu as une présentation?
Oui, bien sûr.
Okay. Encourage the permanent secretary of the Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries of Dakar. It's covering 7 countries: Mauritania, Senegal, Gambia, Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea, and Sierra Leone.
Okay.
So you have the floor, Brahim.
Partagé. OK.
Thank you.
1 minute. Okay, the other have to stop the sharing. The sharing that you have. Stop it, please. Here, okay. Partagé. Oh.
This one is finished.
PowerPoint.
That is a bit slow. She's not even showing it.
Huh? Okay. No, it's not here. It's here. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, good.
The computer is really.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. That's everything.
Donc, présentation sur la pêche, la lutte contre la pêche illégale, c'est la commission régionale de pêche. Je l'ai intitulé donc la lutte contre la pêche illégale de la CSRP. La CSRP qui fête cette année ses 40 ans, donc a une histoire donc, dans la lutte contre la pêche yémen. Donc pour ceux qui ne connaissent pas, la commission régionale de pêche, c'est 7 pays. C'est une organisation intergouvernementale composée de 7 pays qui sont donc du Cap-Vert, la Gambie, la Guinée-Bissau, la Mauritanie, le Sénégal et le Sierra Leone. Le siège est basé donc à Dakar. La Commission régionale de pêche a pour objectif renforcer la coopération sous-régionale dans le domaine de la pêche et de l'aquaculture pour le bien-être des populations des États membres, à travers l'harmonisation à long terme des politiques et des législations de pêche des États membres en matière de préservation, conservation et d'exploitation durable des ressources halieutiques. C'est dire l'importance en fait globale de tout ce qui concerne donc les politiques de pêche, donc concerne donc la Commission régionale de pêche. Quelle est l'importance donc du secteur de pêche dans la Commission régionale de pêche? La Commission régionale de pêche s'étend sur plus de 3400 km de côte pour une zone économique exclusive de plus de 4 millions de kilomètres carrés, soit 1,54 miles carrés à peu près, composé à plus de 12% du plateau continental. Les conditions environnementales et écologiques dans les eaux de la Commission régionale de pêche sont particulièrement favorables à une grande diversité biologique et à une forte productivité. La zone dispose ainsi d'un espace maritime qui est riche en ressources halieutiques, des ressources halieutiques pélagiques, qui représentent un peu la masse, mais aussi des ressources démersales, qui représentent surtout la diversité, mais aussi des espèces de grande valeur commerciale, très, très prisées. Ces ressources donc, sont exploitées depuis très longtemps par plusieurs flottilles. Il y a eu des flottilles européennes donc, qui ont travaillé dans les eaux ouest-africaines, dans la partie nord, depuis le XIIIe siècle. Donc les premiers venus étaient surtout des Portugais, qui ont été remplacés ensuite. Il y a eu des Espagnols, des Allemands, des Français. Donc c'est en fait une zone de pêche qui est très connue, donc des flottilles européennes. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons des flottes très importantes, une flotte industrielle, mais aussi une flotte artisanale qui s'est développée au cours de ces derniers temps. On estime qu'il y a environ 1000 navires de pêche industrielle qui sont présents dans cette zone, dont plus de 2 tiers sont des bateaux étrangers qui travaillent sous le régime de licence, mais aussi qui travaillent dans le cadre de conventions de coopération dans le domaine de pêche avec l'Union européenne, avec des États donc aussi comme la Turquie, comme la Chine et d'autres pays donc, qui sont très actifs au niveau donc, de la sous-région. Mais nous avons aussi une pêche artisanale qui est très dynamique et donc qui joue un rôle très important, parfois un rôle qui dépasse dans certains pays celui donc, de la pêche industrielle. On estime qu'il y a plus de 50 000 embarcations sur les 3400 km donc, de côte. C'est dire l'importance de cette pêche artisanale qui, depuis longtemps, a reçu les faveurs des différentes politiques de pays. C'est pourquoi, en fait, elle s'est développée de façon assez très importante au cours donc, de ces dernières années. La production de la pêche varie entre 2 et 2 millions de tonnes par an, dont une grande partie donc, qui a été pêchée et le fait donc, de la pêche artisanale est concentrée environ 80% donc, de ressources pélagiques. En particulier les petits pélagiques dont a parlé tout à l'heure le modérateur, des ressources pélagiques donc, qui sont partagées entre plusieurs pays de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches et même qui dépassent un peu les eaux de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches vers le nord du Maroc et descendent donc jusqu'au sud, jusqu'au golfe donc, de Guinée, avec les sardines, avec des sardinelles, avec des chinchards, avec donc des ressources très importantes, un point de vue masse, mais aussi point de vue valeur nutritive, qui sont très très importantes. Ces ressources qui sont aujourd'hui pour une majorité surexploitées et donc qui commencent à peser sous le poids donc d'une exploitation de plus en plus intense. Nous avons une population de 52 millions d'habitants, dont plus de 110% vivent près de la côte, et nous avons un secteur de pêche qui fait plus d'1 million d'emplois directs et indirects. Et donc, le comble, c'est qu'en fait, la consommation annuelle par habitant des produits halieutiques au niveau de la sous-région sont l'un des plus importants au monde. Nous avons 20 kg par an. Ça dépasse la moyenne annuelle. Mais bon, ces ressources, donc, comme je l'ai dit tout à l'heure, qui sont surexploitées, donc qui connaissent donc des difficultés, sont aussi soumises à l'effet donc, de la pêche illicite non déclarée et non réglementée, qui représente une menace réelle à la durabilité donc, de la pêche dans la sous-région. Il y a des études qui démontrent que la pêche INN dans la sous-région représente plus de 20% du total de la pêche INN au niveau mondial. C'est-à-dire que c'est extrêmement important, la pêche INN, à trouver une niche au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, à trouver une place où elle se sent à l'aise. On pense que c'est un foyer très important de pêche INN. Et donc, on ne cessera de le dire. C'est quelque chose qu'il faudrait effectivement qu'on le souligne. Et ça démontre l'intérêt donc, de notre atelier aujourd'hui, notre rencontre aujourd'hui avec les donateurs et l'importance donc de s'engager encore plus dans une lutte contre la pêche illicite, non déclarée et non réglementée. Donc, la Commission sous-régionale de pêche s'est rendue très vite compte de l'enjeu que représente en fait la pêche illicite, non déclarée et non réglementée dans la sous-région. Comme je l'ai dit, elle a été créée en 1985, en 1993 déjà. Elle adopte donc des conventions pour la lutte contre la pêche illicite. Donc, la Commission sous-régionale des pêches a développé une expertise qui est reconnue et nous avons à peu près aujourd'hui 3 axes sur lesquels nous travaillons au niveau de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches. Le premier axe, il concerne l'amélioration du cadre juridique sous-régional. Le deuxième, c'est le renforcement des capacités des États membres de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches. Et le dernier, c'est le rôle donc de coordination de la lutte à travers notamment la mise en œuvre de projets que nous avons développés avec nos partenaires au développement. Donc, pour ce qui est du premier axe, du cadre juridique de lutte contre la pêche INN, la Commission sous-régionale de pêche a adopté en 1993 la Convention sur les conditions minimales d'accès. C'est un instrument juridique qui vise à mettre en place des mesures de régulation de l'accès aux ressources. Fini donc l'accès libre aux ressources halieutiques qui était en cours au niveau de la sous-région. En particulier, comme vous le savez, il y a eu beaucoup de politiques qui ont encouragé, en particulier la pêche artisanale au niveau de notre sous-région. Et donc, la CMA, comme on l'appelle, elle met fin justement à ce libre accès et elle tire l'attention qu'il est dorénavant important de réguler l'accès aux ressources halieutiques. Et c'est dans cette CMA aussi, en son titre 4, que aussi elle a annoncé donc la nécessité d'engager une lutte pour la pêche illicite non déclarée et non réglementée. Cette convention a été révisée en 2012 pour améliorer donc ses retombées au niveau donc sous-régional. Durant l'année 1993, la Commission sous-régionale des pêches a adopté aussi la Convention sur la coopération sous-régionale dans l'exercice du droit de poursuite maritime. Comme on l'avait dit tout à l'heure, il y a beaucoup de navires voyous, je dirais, qui exercent la pêche INN au niveau donc, de la sous-région. Et donc, la Commission sous-régionale vise à mettre en place un mécanisme de coopération qui va permettre donc de poursuivre les bateaux qui vont entrer dans les eaux donc, de la commission, dans notre pays, donc de la sous-commission régionale des pêches. Et donc, le dernier mot donc, de notre arsenal juridique, c'est la Convention sur la coopération entre les États membres de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches pour le suivi, contrôle et surveillance, qui depuis plusieurs années était donc dans les tuyaux. Et donc, on a réussi, grâce à des efforts particuliers, à le faire signer depuis 2025, il n'y a pas longtemps. Donc, j'ai réussi à faire signer par nos États membres cette convention qui joue un rôle très important dans l'organisation de la lutte contre la pêche INN à travers donc une collaboration très fructueuse entre nos pays et donc qui définit les rôles et surtout rend plus important donc cette lutte qui était individuelle et donc qui va le lever donc au niveau sous-régional. Dans ce cadre aussi, nous marquons la volonté de nos États membres à travers donc l'accord qu'ils ont donné à la Commission sous-régionale de pêche de déposer un avis en leur nom, un avis consultatif auprès du Tribunal international du droit de la mer en 2013. Cet avis, donc, il porte sur la responsabilité de l'État du pavillon et de l'État côtier pour les navires donc, qui portent un pavillon, qui pêchent dans des eaux côtières, des navires qui effectuent donc de la pêche illicite. Donc, il a donné un avis favorable pour justement fixer les responsabilités de l'État du pavillon, mais aussi tout ce qui concerne les poursuites en matière donc, de responsabilité pour les États côtiers. Donc, cet avis a été traduit par la Commission sous-régionale des pêches en plan sous-régional de mise en œuvre qui doit être effectivement, qui a été commencé depuis quelques années et que nous espérons effectivement développer au cours des années futures. Sinon, au niveau donc de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches, nos conférences des ministres aussi ont été l'occasion de lancer un appel solennel au niveau donc international à travers la déclaration de Nouakchott en 2001 et la déclaration de Dakar en 2014 visant à prévenir, dissuader et éliminer la pêche INN dans la sous-région. C'est un appel donc aux bonnes volontés, justement, à ce qu'il y ait plus de coopération, plus de collaboration, justement, pour lutter contre la pêche illicite non déclarée et non réglementée. Le deuxième axe, c'est le renforcement des capacités des États membres pour la lutte contre la pêche illicite. Au niveau donc de notre sous-région, la Commission sous-régionale des pêches a fourni des équipements à travers donc, les projets qu'on a mis en place avec nos partenaires, a fourni des équipements et matériels pour les États membres, pour renforcer les structures de contrôle et de surveillance au niveau des États membres. Ça va donc de certains radars à des équipements plus légers, tels que des équipements donc, de télécommunication pour coordonner les activités donc, de lutte contre la pêche illicite. Sinon, la Commission sous-régionale des pêches a beaucoup travaillé aussi sur la formation du personnel de contrôle et de surveillance en organisant des stages de perfectionnement des inspecteurs, des contrôleurs, des inspecteurs, des opérateurs pardon, de salles, etc. Ceci s'est fait bien sûr avec l'appui de notre partenaire FK, donc ici présent, avec lesquels donc nous continuons la coopération en ce sens aussi, qui joue un rôle très important en ce sens, il faut le souligner. Nous appuyons aussi, nous avons aussi mis à niveau du personnel judiciaire, des administrations, des journalistes. En fait, l'idée ici, c'était de sensibiliser sur le danger que représente la pêche et le rôle que chacun pourrait jouer. Qu'on soit juriste, qu'on soit journaliste ou administrateur, il faut que chacun se mette. Et il est important aussi qu'on mette en place une collaboration très importante au niveau juridique, au niveau donc de ces échanges pour permettre la poursuite des navires, mais pour engager justement les arraisonnements et autres. Sinon, la Commission régionale de pêche a apporté aussi un soutien aux activités de suivi SCS à la pêche artisanale, notamment le renforcement de la surveillance participative dans la sous-région. On a financé des projets donc de renforcement de la surveillance participative au niveau, en particulier au niveau pêche artisanale, et la promotion d'outils de suivi électronique pour la pêche artisanale. En ce sens aussi, nous pensons développer cet aspect à partir de l'année prochaine à travers donc notre projet WASOP que vous connaissez tous et que nous espérons lancer incessamment. Le troisième axe, c'est l'axe coordination sous-régionale à la lutte. Donc, notre rôle, c'est la coordination. C'est un peu renforcer la coopération entre nos États membres à travers des échanges d'informations, des informations sur les navires, les mouvements des navires, les navires qui exercent la pêche illicite, qui se déplacent. Je prends un exemple. Il y a 2 mois, nous avons été saisis par la Guinée, qui avait une fuite de 3 navires d'origine égyptienne et qui sont enregistrés au niveau des eaux donc, de Guinée et donc qui ont fait de la pêche illégale au niveau donc, de la Guinée et qui ont pris une fuite et qui ont été observés au niveau donc, des eaux du Sénégal et de la Gambie. Donc la Commission a pris contact avec ces pays et les bateaux ont été arrêtés au niveau donc, des ports. Et il y avait une mission donc, de la Guinée qui était venue justement pour arraisonner ces navires et pour les transférer donc en Guinée. Donc, ils étaient passés à la Commission régionale de pêche pour nous remercier donc de ces efforts que nous faisons pratiquement toutes les années. Sinon, la Commission régionale de pêche pour la mise en place d'un registre sous-régional des navires autorisés. Ça, c'est dans le sens donc d'avoir un peu plus donc, de transparence dans nos secteurs de pêche, mais aussi lutter dans le cadre donc, de la pêche INN, éviter que s'il y a des navires qui sont répertoriés comme exerçant cette activité, que ça se sache donc, au niveau donc, sous-régional. C'est ça en fait le but. Nous travaillons sur le développement et l'amélioration d'un système d'échange d'informations, le dashboard, qu'on a eu à développer avec le projet donc, de développer avec la Banque mondiale. Pardon. Sinon, donc, pour la mobilisation des ressources halieutiques, donc la Commission régionale des ressources financières, pardon, nous mettons en contact avec nos partenaires, nous montrons un peu l'importance de la collaboration internationale. C'est en ce sens que nous avons eu à développer plusieurs projets dont on va parler incessamment vers la fin. Donc, actuellement, nous sommes en train de mener un projet qui fait suite, qui est le projet WASOP, et qui fait suite au projet PESCAO dont on avait parlé tout à l'heure. Donc, il permet de mettre en œuvre des opérations conjointes. Donc, on fait participer, on affrète un navire, un patrouilleur de l'un des pays. On fait venir donc des inspecteurs ou des contrôleurs des pays. Et nous faisons donc des opérations de contrôle. Ça a montré son efficacité au cours de ces derniers temps dans les zones. Nous avons identifié 2 zones, une zone nord et une zone sud. Une zone nord qui va du Sénégal, la Gambie, la Mauritanie et le Cabo Verde. Et une zone sud qui va donc des 2 Guinées et le Sierra Leone. C'est surtout dans cette zone, comme l'avait souligné tout à l'heure le modérateur, qu'il y a beaucoup de pêche INN. Et donc, nous allons mener dans le cadre de ce projet 12 opérations. Bon, ce sont des opérations qui ont un effet de dissuasion, mais nous souffrons aussi d'un problème qui est un peu la fuite de l'information. L'information arrive au niveau des bateaux voyous et donc ils ont le temps parfois de fuir la zone. Et donc, Nous allons essayer de trouver une solution à cela dans le cadre donc, de notre nouveau projet. Nous allons travailler avec FK, mais aussi avec l'ensemble de nos partenaires au niveau donc sous-régional. Et nous avons créé un centre sous-régional de coordination qui est situé en fait au centre donc, de la zone de la CSRP, au niveau donc de la Gambie, dont nous voyons ici une photo qui a été équipée et qui va aussi être redynamisée au cours de ces dernières années. J'en fais donc l'une de mes priorités depuis donc que je suis arrivé à la Commission régionale de pêche. Donc, en guise de conclusion, excusez-moi, c'était un peu long. La pêche INN est un phénomène transfrontalier qui concerne pratiquement tout le monde. Sans la collaboration internationale, on se met le doigt dans l'œil, comme on dit. On ne pourra pas, un pays tout seul ne peut vraiment pas combattre la pêche INN parce que les bateaux sont mobiles et les bateaux peuvent adopter plusieurs formes, changer de nom, se déplacer dans des zones. Et c'est quelque chose qui mérite effectivement une collaboration, comme je l'ai dit, au niveau international. C'est l'occasion un peu de magnifier un peu l'accord tripartite qu'on a signé avec la CEDEAO, entre la CEDEAO, la CSRP et le CPCO, qui a été signé en 2022. Et donc, nous espérons qu'on va aller de l'avant dans ce cadre. Et cet atelier aussi constitue donc une opportunité de relancer ça et puis d'aller un peu plus loin d'ailleurs dans cela, essayer à ce que la collaboration soit beaucoup plus importante. Nous pensons aussi qu'il est très important que la mobilisation des ressources adéquates pour soutenir les efforts des centres de suivi, contrôle et surveillance au niveau de la sous-région se poursuivent. Et là, je tiens à remercier la Banque mondiale qui nous a financé un projet qui s'appelle donc le PRAO, qui a eu un impact très important au niveau de la Commission sous-régionale des pêches. Nous remercions aussi l'Union européenne. C'est le moment aussi de souligner particulièrement l'Union européenne qui a aussi financé le projet PESCAO, qui a eu aussi un impact particulier, et donc qui a financé aussi le WASOP au cours, donc, à partir de cette année, et qui va avoir certainement une portée très importante pour la lutte contre la pêche INN. Mais il faudrait effectivement qu'on puisse capitaliser toutes ces expériences pour que ça puisse vraiment profiter dans le but donc de réduire fortement, sinon éliminer complètement la pêche INN au niveau de notre sous-région. La coopération aussi avec la FAO, dont on est actuellement plein dedans. Nous travaillons aussi avec certaines ONG internationales qui ont une certaine expertise dans le tracking des navires. Je pense que c'est quelque chose de très important aussi. Une technologie qu'il faut qu'on puisse transférer à nos structures de surveillance. C'est quelque chose de très important. Global Fishing Watch, avec laquelle donc nous allons de signer un projet. Et il y a aussi donc une collaboration en vue avec TMT. Et donc, nous pensons qu'il faut effectivement aller plus loin au niveau de la coopération internationale. Sinon, il est important qu'il y ait des efforts de sensibilisation et d'engagement donc des communautés de pêche locales. C'est quelque chose qu'il faut poursuivre, mais aussi la société civile pour renforcer la sensibilisation du public aux impacts donc, de la pêche INN, non seulement au niveau de notre sous-région, au niveau de nos pays, mais au niveau donc international, mais aussi renforcer le rôle des ORP, parce que nous n'avons que des ORP jusqu'à présent au niveau donc de notre sous-région. L'adoption des technologies innovantes, c'est quelque chose de très, très important parce que vous savez, les opérations conjointes, les opérations même unilatérales coûtent trop cher à nos pays. C'est pourquoi, mais aussi entretenir une patrouille, c'est trop, trop cher donc, pour nos pays. Et nous pensons que nos pays doivent aller vers les nouvelles technologies, l'utilisation des drones. Comme vous le savez aujourd'hui, les drones sont à la mode et ils peuvent être d'une grande utilité donc, pour la lutte contre la pêche INN. Les aéronefs aussi, des petits aéronefs. Je ne suis pas au fait donc des coûts, mais je suis en train de voir aussi la possibilité de développer un peu une coopération avec la France, qui disposait d'un navire, enfin d'un aéronef au niveau donc de la sous-région et qui se serait déplacé maintenant au niveau donc, du Cabo Verde. Je pense que c'est une opportunité à saisir, mais il y a aussi les données satellitaires qui sont très importantes pour identifier les mouvements des navires et essayer de traquer justement ces navires. Donc, au niveau donc de... sinon, au niveau donc judiciaire, il est très très important que les travaux puissent être facilités, que nos systèmes judiciaires puissent être mis en contact les uns aux autres justement pour faciliter les enquêtes, mais avoir les poursuites aussi de ces navires et mettre en œuvre donc des sanctions. Et enfin, donc l'élaboration de programmes de formation, comme ça a été dit aujourd'hui donc par le directeur donc de l'agriculture, mais aussi par le modérateur tout à l'heure, est quelque chose de très important, avec des programmes de formation ciblés pour les agents. Car vous savez, les bateaux qui pratiquent la pêche INN développent des technologies qui leur permettent effectivement d'échapper donc au système de contrôle et de surveillance. Voilà, je vous remercie et m'excuse, ça a été long. Sorry si ça a été un peu long. Hein?
No, it was good. Thank you so much. Thank you, because we have learned a lot. If you allow me, guys, I have one page on what he has said. And we have 50,000 canoes operating from Mauritania to Sierra Leone. There is 1,000 industrial vessels. Among them, 600 are foreigners. The production capacity annually is about 2.2 million, which valued at $1.5 billion. And the per capita fish consumption is 20 kilograms, 20. This is what we have at the average world fish consumption. We have also something very important. 50 million are living along the coastline. 50 million. Something they have done, harmonization, which is very correct. They have a minimum condition of access. They have the convention for MCS together. There is a harmonization which is very, very good. And the coordination that I like very well. They are trying to coordinate their activities. They have given capacity building to prosecutors, journalists, and we have at the regional level West African non-state actors for fisheries and aquaculture. And they are their voice to ECOWAS, which is excellent. And also on communication, information exchange, they have the dashboard, and they have today an observer scheme on board of fishing vessels trying to get the information. They make a lot of joint patrol vessels using drones also, and they have sub-regional center MCS based in Gambia, and they have also signed the tripartite MOU. I think that this was you were long, but it was very good. Thank you again very much for providing. Please, can you share the information, because we want EU, the Spanish cooperation, the French cooperation, get the information in FK to make sure that they understand all the, I just take one page, but there are more information that should be known. And if you have a document, please share it. We'll be very happy. The only thing I haven't seen that the co-management for fighting IUU is something important that they are doing in Senegal, and it is paid. You know, co-management, ils font l'inspection, la surveillance. So I think that aspect should be highlighted, because that's a good initiative taken there, and Mauritania is doing something like that. Thank you again so much for your time and for giving us all the details. Thank you. Now we are going to FCWC. FCWC, that's the countries. Who is speaking? Ariel, you want here? Okay, come. So they will see you. Liberia, Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, and Nigeria. And he is the responsible for the regional MCS center that have been funded by EU during the PESCO. So I think that you have a lot to talk about that. You have the floor. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So he have some energy there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I will be standing on the protocol that's already in existence to make the FCWC's presentation. Okay. I sent to the
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for that little breaky transmission. So I will start by saying I think we share the same reality with the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission region. So a lot that have been said, it's within the ECOWAS space. But for the FCWC today, we will look at regional cooperation turns into detection, into deterrence. So please, can we go to the next slide? Okay, just a brief context for some of us that may not have known much about the FCWC. The FCWC is an intergovernmental organization that was founded in November 7th in 2007 through the support of ECOWAS. 6 member countries came together to share same reality as to the shared stock within the region. So again, so the FCWC entered into an headquarter agreement with the government of Ghana, and now the offices are in Tema, still in Ghana. Then there are 3 organs that makes up the FCWC. The first organ is the Conference of Ministers, where decisions are taken. Then the second is the ACC, that's the Advisory Coordinating Committee, that comprises the directors of fisheries that comes together to formulate policies that are in turn is adopted by the ministerial conference. Then the third is the secretariat, where we have the secretary general who carry on the daily tasks that the committee formulated for adoption by the ministers. So these are the 3 bodies that moves the FCWC. Let's go to the next. Okay, so today we are talking about IUU and the different initiative to tackle this big problem in our region. And for the FCWC region, we want to focus on some of the reported cases. And one of them is the harvesting of fish, that's over-harvesting of fish by some of the Chinese fleets. And this has caused greatly food insecurity in the region. Then again, we have a report by the Environmental Justice Foundation, EJF, who wrote more about the cycle fishing between trawlers and the local canoes. So these are also killed the artisanal sector within the FCWC region. Then we have another very interesting case of, this is about 3 years ago, where a fisheries observer in Ghana went missing at sea. And up till today, there are just little clues about this event with no actual pinpointing what has caused the missing of this observer. So again, as reported by the Sea Shepherd, the first operation for the first 3 months, which was tagged Operation Solar Stella in the waters of Liberia, the Sea Shepherd was able to arrest 5 fishing trawlers that was associated with different crimes: unauthorized fishing, unlicensed fishing, unreported fishing. There are a lot of instances that were recorded by those trawlers. So putting all this together, the FCWC moved for. The next slide, please. The FCWC moved for a regional approach, which is the West African Task Force. So the West African Task Force is an IUU working group that brings together the head of MCS within the member state and the director of fisheries. Now, the unique thing about here is this is where cooperation is discussed. This is where transparency in the fishing activities is looked into. Then we always pick out the best practices because we know all the countries may not be on equal level. So we leverage on the strength of each country to build the regional approach to fight IUU fishing. Then the task force have three main thematic areas that it focuses its attention on. The first one is its attention on building compliance with international, regional, and national rules and regulation. The second thematic is ensuring compliance, but also working towards legitimacy in the flagging and licensing of fishing vessels. You know, if you don't follow this process, you will license vessels that will hamper the fisheries in your region. Then the third is ensuring that only legal fish is transferred, offloaded, and processed in port and permitted to enter the value chain and arrive at the market. So this is part of the core mandates of the West African Task Force. The next, please. So again, at the interregional level, we looked at having an agreement within the ECOWAS space. So ECOWAS as a body brought together the two RSB, that's the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission and the FCWC. So in 2022, we actually signed the tripartite MOU, which has made it a plus in the ECOWAS region where we can easily share information. And we all know that information is one of the key to deterrence of IUU fishing, because what a vessel is doing in Mauritania, people in Ghana, people in Nigeria may not know, but if we have this coordinated approach of sharing information, this will come down before even the vessel gets here. Preparation to inspect or to deter the vessel will be put in place. So the next. So just to round up with what I'm saying about the tripartite MOU, and my daddy, Dr. Tar, also mentioned it. It's strengthening interregional collaboration, joint actions, and information sharing to solve cross-regional cases. And I think with this, there are a lot of vessels that we have been able to deal with in the region. Next. So now let's look at information exchange, because the tripartite MOU, one of the pillars of it is regional information sharing mechanism to tackle illegal activities at sea. So there have been cases where activities that are not good to the region will go on in sea and they are concealed. And there are also cases where some of these activities were uncovered in sea, and through regional coordination, these activities were reported and actions were taken within the FCWC space. So I will just go through and present some of these highlighted cases in the region that we have worked on, and we made good progress by, declaring the activities of some vessels in the region. Next slide. So we had a case in the region, the case of Nova Zelianda. I know a lot of persons knows about this vessel, how the region in cooperation worked to stop this activity. So what we were able to achieve first was expose hidden transshipment. So if the regions are not talking, if the regions are not working together, it will be very difficult for us to uncover an activity such as this. So for the record's sake, this is a large refrigerated fishing vessel registered and informed that it was coming to the port at Tema, Ghana. And this vessel had intermittent AIF gap, so you may not be able to get full historical data of the vessel voyage down from the SADC region to the FCWC space. But again, because we have the regional centers working, talking to each other, information flew from the regional MCS center, that's the FCWC, and also the SADC MCSCC in Mozambique. And with this communication between the two regional centers, analysts went into action to look at the activities of this vessel. Next slide. So again, I spoke about the AIF gap, which is very paramount and will unveil what kind of activity this vessel was carrying out. So you could see some gaps within the EEZ of Angola. So between March 2023, 4th to 8th, that's like a 4 days period, this vessel was dark. Again, we noticed another one between the 8th and 9th of that same March 2023, the vessel still went dark. Then again, between 11 to 13 of that same month and that same year, the vessel was dark. So these were some of the points that we analyzed. So while analyzing all of these, we discovered that there were also vessels that are suspicious vessels in Angola waters that have been noted for transshipment occurrences. And these vessels had an encounter with Nova Zelanda during these dark times. So this information went on to the member countries, and the port state adopted measures to check properly the vessel when it comes into port. So we also tried looking at the ownership record of this vessel in order to have more evidences for prosecution. And this was achieved in the FCWC space. So out of this now, we just have a take home. The take home is cross-regional alert can help turn fragmented anomalies into decisive action. When information flow beyond national borders, one vessel's risk profile becomes a shared deterrent message to the wider MCS and enforcement community in West Africa. So this is one big case that the FCWC region, through transboundary coordination, was able to deal with. So let's go to the next slide. So I'll just talk about another case. This is another case, but with similar approach again. This is a case of licensing and port control denying laundry opportunities in the FCWC space. So the vessel Bright Sea, known as Sudami, was in the region and have been noted for some activities. So this vessel tried reflagging, re-registering into the region. Now with active intel communication by states, it was uncovered that this vessel has previous history of IUU. And when this information went down, this vessel was denied port access within the FCWC space. Then the vessel tried using another port. The same intelligence was shared around, and the vessel was inspected. When it was inspected, still risks of non-compliance was discovered. Irregular submission of the real data within the vessel was also uncovered. So these have become more like a deterrent case that the region has made one of the progress on. Next slide. So again, the takeaway is consistency matters. Interoperability of vessels record and coordinated responses can help deny repeated offenders access to both licenses and port, raising cost and shrinking laundry opportunity in the FCWC space and within the entire ECOWAS region. Next slide. So now let us look at some impact Looking at the presentation from our sister agency, the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission, and also what the FCWC has been doing. Now in the FCWC space, we have acted upon more than 100 cases. Then we have tried our possible best to have 2 patrols a year, which has strengthened MCS and enforcement within the FCWC space. Then also we have been able to advocate for the signing of some international instrument that can support member states' effort in the fight against IUU, which is the Post-State Measures Agreement. And just recently, the FCWC region have signed the forced labor into law. Then again, there's another Monrovia declaration that has been signed by the FCWC space to bring the entire region together to observe regional fishing close season. Then also, when identifying all of this, we have raising the cost for offenders, making IUU less profitable and risky. Because before, a vessel will commit IUU because the laws were very weak and the fines attached to IUU fishing was small. So they can say, okay, let's do it, and at the end of the day, we will pay the fine. So because of all these findings and support at the regional level, at the ECOWAS level, this fine have been reviewed, and now it is more of causing deterrence in the space of fishing activities. Next, please. So now we come down to the big question. Why do we need this support? What for? The regional strategic framework and action point to combat IUU. For us to achieve this, it is a very big question for the FCWC space, for the ECOWAS, for the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission. So now we want the donors, we want the region to look keenly into this project and support us achieve this great dream that would deter IUU fishing in our region. Now, the FCWC space, we have some look ahead. Next slide, please. So we are looking at operationalizing the regional monitoring centers through this project, sustain and expand patrols within the ECOWAS region, build inter-regional information sharing system, just not limiting it to one of the sub-regions, but to have it within the entire ECOWAS space, establish and maintain regional record that we can use in the future and currently to fight IUU fishing, build inspectors and analyst capacity. To achieve all of this, if we don't have the right people to do the job, if they are not well trained, we cannot achieve good results. Then at the short end, ensure interoperability to avoid, to show evidence that can collect meaningful sanctions. So when we put all of this together, we'll be able to sanction vessels that have violated within the FCWC space. Please, next again. Then also looking at what ECOWAS is doing, bringing the 2 sub-regional fisheries bodies together. Regional cooperation is African frontline defense against IUU fishing. FCWC cannot do it alone, SRFC cannot do it alone, but by working together as ECOWAS state, we will be able to achieve this. So at the tail end, we say with your support, we can make it irreversible in West Africa. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I think that the presentation was very good because it has shown what is being done by the FCWC and what is being done in the Indian Ocean to curb down the IUU fishing in different territorial waters. I am quite happy to see that you are building more and more joint patrol vessels within the region. And usually English-speaking countries and Francophones, the collaboration is not that easy. And today, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire are working hands in hands through FCWC. It is very good that they now accept to have a joint closed seasons of two months, which is very good. So there is no fishing activities during that. They have a cross-regional alert, which is also a way of curbing down the IUU. And I really like the last slide where you say, why do we need this regional strategy and the action plan? I think this is a question you are sending or throwing to this audience and mostly the donor agencies and countries that are present here. So now the floor is open for questions, inquiries, comments, whatever you want, the floor is open. Tak, 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 tak. No question, no food. No lunch until we ask. By the way, I would like to thank our interpreters for your patience, for really facilitating the understanding between the Francophones and the Anglophones. Thank you so much. Yes. So, no question. Nigeria, maybe I would like to ask EU, you have done so much, but we need also more. This means that we want to know whether you are preparing something that can help, because the regional, sub-regional center, MCS center, is created by EU, equipped by EU, but this was the end of the program. There is no fund to operate it. And this is something we were expecting that should be put in the workshop program, but apparently, no. Maybe you keep that question when you are ready. EFCA, I told you, you ask a lot to help the Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries. Today, they are better off a lot because of through EFCA during the implementation of the PESCAO program. And I know through WhatsApp, you will be doing something just to avoid duplication and loss of the areas of synergies that you wish to make sure that rather than giving 100%, you may give 25% and they find the other 75% somewhere else. This is also a question. The Spanish cooperation, you are very accepted and appreciated by the ECOWAS. I know it. So you are here, you are a very big fishing nation like Portugal. Maybe somehow you can give your thoughts, because we need, this is not, you can ask questions to them and clarify what you wish to do for the region, because this is really a big problem. We are losing $2.5 to $3 billion yearly because we don't have the means. FAO is pushing, trying everything to put together something very pertinent that will be put on the table of the donor to see how they can work on it. This is just some thinking that I have put. You are not obliged to reply now, but you can ask questions. Yes, EU, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm from the political section, but I'm also quite interested in obviously the programs that the EU is managing. And we have one program that is now in a second phase, and it's called Scope. And it looks at the safety and security of ports. So I would be interested, because I think the second colleague from FCWC also mentioned controls around ports. So I would be interested in how you work together with ports in your region or within your member states. Yeah, maybe there would be a linkage point between that. In our project, we're looking at safety and security of ports. But yeah, I would be interested in your work with ports concerning your member states. Thank you.
Very good question. I give you time to think about it. You prepare yourself. That's under the PSMA, yeah? All right, go ahead. So you know it very well. FCWC.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, I did mention that we have a lot of synergies at a port level to control fleet coming into the FCWC space. Then also, while presenting, I also mentioned all FCWC member states are now party to the Port State Measures Agreement, which means they're not just sharing information out, but we share information within. So there is a part I didn't mention about the West African Task Force, that's the IUU working group. We also have what we call the National Working Group out of the West African Task Force, and under this we have all the inter-agencies working together. So you have the Port Administration, maritime agencies, fisheries, marine police, the Navy, all those are members of the National Working Group. So through their national meetings, they share information. Like in the case of Ghana, they have what we know as the fishery enforcement units. So both the port, Navy, fisheries, they are all working together to share information on vessels coming in. So the same happened in the entire 6 FCWC countries. Then we have the base camp platform, where we share a lot on suspicious activities and vessels calling into port within the FCWC space. So through the West African Task Force meetings that we hold twice a year, the National Working Group meeting that we hold once every year, and also the coordinated activities of the agencies within the countries who are able to share actionable information and act on it for vessels coming to port. Thank you.
Thank you. FCWC, Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries, you want to say something on the ports?
C'est juste un commentaire, en fait.
OK.
Vous savez, les ports jouent un rôle très important pour la lutte contre la pêche INN. C'est l'occasion, quand il y a un bateau donc, qui arrive au niveau du port, de procéder justement aux enquêtes, enfin, procéder aux inspections de ces navires. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir qu'il y a un accord qui a été défendu donc par la FAO, qui est l'accord sur les mesures de ressort de l'État du port. Et donc, cet accord joue un rôle très important parce que au moment de l'arrivée d'un navire dans un port, quand on fait les inspections, on peut avoir beaucoup de renseignements sur où sont les captures, où est-ce qu'elles ont été réalisées, qu'est-ce qui a été capturé, qu'est-ce que vous voyez. Et donc, en tout cas, la Commission sous-régionale des pêches a travaillé pour que tous les pays de la sous-région adoptent cet accord, le PSMA. Et donc, il a été adopté par tous les pays. Le dernier, c'est la Guinée-Bissau, qui est dans le processus justement de le faire adopter au niveau donc réglementaire. Au niveau donc, nous pensons qu'il sera probablement au niveau donc de la Guinée-Bissau adopté en 2025. Donc, les ports sont une plateforme très importante et il faut vraiment développer les inspections, les contrôles au niveau donc des ports. Nous sommes en train aussi de voir dans le cadre donc, de notre nouveau projet, c'est aider les pays à bien faire les enquêtes, parce que ça se fait selon des normes qui sont relativement bien connues, et nous allons faire des formations avec l'appui de FK aussi cette année, fin l'année 2026, sur justement ces inspections, sur les rapports, comment faire ces rapports, un ensemble de choses qui permet de détecter les navires, effectivement, qui font de la pêche illicite non déclarée, non réglementée. Merci.
Thank you so much. So we are happy because all the 12 member countries of ECOWAS plus Mauritania, they have ratified the PMSA. This is one thing. And when we are talking PMSA, of course, that's security at port, data collection, to know what is happening in those different ports. So they need support, of course, to make sure that they can do the work correctly. Let me give to the Honorable Representative of Spain, you raised your hand and
Yes.
wanted to say something, and I come to you later.
No, thank you very much. I was thank you very much for the presentation and for this initiative. This is extremely interesting for us. As you said, Spain nature as Spain is an important partner of the ECOWAS. We have a very strong and long-standing commitment. We are also a fishing nation. This is a little bit beyond my paycheck, maybe. So I can only talk for the part that is cooperation-wise and ECOWAS. What could be very interesting, now that you mentioned the European Union, is to understand the project that you have now with the European Union and ECOWAS, the big project that you are starting implementation now, which are the gaps on this project, and how this initiative may fill in those gaps, and potentially also to discuss under the new the new perspectives of funding with ECOWAS. Where are you between ECOWAS and the European Union? Where are you in your dialogue with the EU concerning this topic in further stages post 2027? Thank you.
Excellent. I think this is one way to win. We look where are the gaps, what's up, and then we see ECOWAS and FAO, how we present it to make sure that we can fill the gap. FK? Thank you.
Yes, thank you also. I would also like to thank the presentations today. They made quite a good overview of the situation, providing an overview. So I think it was very informative, very good. From FCA's side, as you know, we are a technical agency, so we are a new agency, a technical agency, and we are not really a donor. We also don't go into policy development, so our mandate is fisheries control and technical support to the member states, and also in the context of the international dimension. But in the presentations today, we saw this overview pointing at the elements, in fact, that need to be addressed to fight against IUU. I would also like, well, when we talk about IUU, we have in fact different situations. We have the issue of unlicensed vessels and dark activity that are not seen through vessel positions. We also have IUU related with licensed vessels that have gaps, and we saw the example there. So I would say the use of technologies, for example, is a very important step. Satellite acquisitions to make an assessment what is really going on. So all that is really, I think, a key factor, and that's where the cooperation is very important to make these technologies accessible, etc. So I would say this is a bit the situation. And my doubt was also in relation to what our Spanish colleague mentioned. We have the WhatsApp program. So this type of project, we could look into where the programs could be complemented to each other, and see what we are planning to do under the WhatsApp, and then see where complementarities could be gained. So, yeah, thank you.
Perfect. I mean, your viewpoint is excellent because you are looking where best you can help. This is what it means. That's now, you guys, I don't know who is the one who is presenting the program. Please adjust based on the discussion we are having now. Make sure that what you are putting, we look at the gaps between WhatsApp and the needs of the region that we have to complement, as they rightly said, all of them. So let us be concrete, practical, and smart enough so they can reply. Because this is really positive, but we have to prove that what we want falls in. Serafin is the former FCWC General Secretary. He worked with us on the PESCAO program. So you can tell us a lot of things that has happened until to now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. But my comment was related directly to what Madam has highlighted, the issue of the port. Just I wanted to compliment on that point before general comment. I wanted to also acknowledge that we have one partner who's not around the table, TMT, working with the region. And in this partnership with the region, we have two tools that we are using and directly linked to the port. They call it risk analysis. That means before the vessel entering the port, we should understand what type of vessel is. And that avoids let us to go to the port, because before we can take action, because as rightly the colleague from Mauritania said, ports are very sensitive for our economy. So doing the risk analysis to determine the vessel that has a high level risk to not enter the port is one point for the port. The second tools is about port profile. They do a port profile to look at what are the measures that is in place in each of the ports. Before we talk about entries of the vessel, what is in place, what is the tools that are played, the regulation that has been, how it's implemented on a regular basis, so that we can also anticipate in some of the, and assist the country in terms of gaps analysis on what to do. So that are the two initiatives that is ongoing with TMT and the port and the country of this region. And I think from what you are saying, it could be a good opportunity to have a call to maybe mutualize your initiative under the support of the port. That's what I wanted to highlight when the comment came. Vivian is not there, but if she was there, probably she would have talked about that. That's why I raised my hands. Sorry for that.
That's good, but please, can you share the two tools to the Secretariat so we can get it in the reports? The tools, please. Excellent. We are moving. We're in the right direction. Maybe I can call upon my brother Sidibe. You know so many. I will later. Later. Okay. I'm going to FAO Liberia or Liberia FAO or not? Liberia FAO. So, Paula, we need your support a little bit. No, you talked already. No, he cannot give you like that. That's one house. We are not just accepting that. So, Paula, you say something and then he came. Because what you will be saying is interesting. I just want to hear something from Paula, because she was centralizing everything at FAO. So,
l'observation de l'esprit.
let me just talk to Paula first and then you come. Okay. Paula, please.
Je peux passer la parole à la...
No, we want to hear you because you are doing things. That's not, we are not playing games. There is a striker and no.
Okay, well, very, very brief, that we were talking about our colleague here with EFCA. We are going to reshape the project to be able to see what WASOP is doing with the exact activities and how we can complement with the project, the actual document that we have. I told him that this document was developed before we even developed WASOP 1. So it's a bit not updated, but we have it in mind and we will work on it very soon.
That's very excellent. You know why I insisted that you have to take the floor? I mean, because this, we needed to have it. And I've said it, we have to adjust the program to what WASOP is doing. And the ports, we can add it because we are doing through TMT, but we look what are the gaps and then show to EU. Now, my brother, you have the floor.
Merci. En fait, c'est un peu, ça rejoint ce qu'a dit aussi Paola tout à l'heure. Vous savez, dans le cadre du projet WASOP, en particulier donc que nous travaillons et dans lequel donc les commissions régionales de pêche sont surtout impliquées dans la lutte contre la pêche humaine. Il y a des aspects que C'est quoi? C'est que ce que la pêche humaine, c'est seulement l'effet du bateau, de pêche industrielle. Alors que la pêche artisanale aussi joue la pêche artisanale expose d'autres solutions. C'est pourquoi quand on attaque le projet de SOP, c'est effectivement concentré sur le parti de l'iceberg qui est de la pêche industrielle. Mais c'est qu'effectivement, le petit artisanat qu'il faut prendre en compte. Je pense qu'il y a des choses qui sont différentes de la partie artisanale. La partie artisanale se développe sans qu'il y ait une pression. On ne sait pas combien de bateaux de pêche, enfin de vocation, on ne sait pas quelle pêche ils exercent. Et ce sont des gens qui aussi font des petits problèmes. Je pense qu'il est important cet aspect relatif à la pêche artisanale. En tout cas, la Commission régionale de pêche veut développer des activités en ce sens sur la maîtrise du développement de la pêche artisanale. Vous savez, on a toujours la pêche artisanale, elle a toujours un problème donc de comment ça s'appelle la notation des navires, comment ça s'appelle?
Matriculation.
Merci. L'immatriculation des navires. Vous avez aussi un problème de suivi des déplacements de différents navires. Vous savez, il y a des bateaux, la pêche artisanale, il y a des indications qui a dit que l'artisan, ils peuvent capturer plus qu'un bateau industriel. Ça, c'est une réalité. Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que c'est un aspect qui nous a échappé. Je pense qu'il faudrait effectivement prendre cela en compte à l'avenir, s'il y a des possibilités. En tout cas, nous, on a des activités qu'on va faire financer. Malheureusement, les financements qu'on a eu dans le cadre de la SOP, sur la pêche industrielle, la pêche artisanale, mérite effectivement, si on peut avoir effectivement ce sens.
Très bien. This is clear enough. But I'm just throwing a suggestion. We have the donors. They are sitting. And they said, if you have gaps, we are ready to. For me, Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries, FCWC, ECOWAS expert, you have to sit down rapidly, go through the program, adjust, because what Brahim has said is one of the most important. With the artisanal small-scale fisheries is informal. We don't know much. And that's an open access. You just take your canoe, your fishing gears, and then you go. Nobody knows what is happening. And I think they are ready to. And they will report to the management. So if we want to shorten the gap or the time they will wait for us, we will not have another occasion. We can work rapidly. And when we are presenting the different activities or actions, it depends, show them convinced, because they are sitting here to be convinced. And I know you have the information that you can convey them. Please, if this is accepted, we put it in the recommendations of the report, but just set up the task force. We need a task force for that. What they will receive should be reflecting what we have said. Please, if you agree, guys, the ball in your hands. Is it okay? What time is it? We are close to 1 or not? 10 minutes. No, it's too much. So if you agree, guys, we have our interpreters sitting, interpreting, since we have a stop for lunch. And we come after an hour or two. At 2 o'clock. So 1 hour, even less. So while we are having lunch, Paula, you guide them for the task force, just the terms of references, and then we'll have something. I'm quite sure. If you need, Serafin is good, he can help. He knows a lot of things in the region. Serafin, you are a member of the task force. Thank you. We close for lunch and then we resume work at 2. Thank you so much. Thank you, my brother. Thank you. Let me talk to my brother. And brother. You know what then the golden story. They say, now where is the no, you know this in the when people go to now, what I'm saying, people will come. You can follow you have to know that number donor. There are something that you proceed. So that's the donor. No. I'm not thinking different. Here I'm just sharing. But you are number one because you are ECOWAS. You are 15 countries. And not 3. That's the Chinese do know it. No. We proceed as we like. For me, I'm using as a donor. Because the thing is, the word is what I said, I think you have a small to deal with I'm not afraid. In my head, it's not no. Yeah, yes. I say, you know, you have you know, India's politics and they come. You know that project so far is which one is the draft? Yeah. This project is a draft. It is not. You are putting it to the donors. No, it gives donors not a draft. It's called a draft. No. It is not. We adopted it 2 years ago. No. On va plus discuter de ça. No, leave it.
I was not there.
Okay. Paula, can you have a seat, please? We resume work. Can you project the agenda, please? Dr. Sidibe is not around. Paula? Sidibe? Il est parti prier. Okay, I think that the presentation of the two sub-commission for fisheries give us a lot of information showing what they are doing, what they have done with different partners, how they are working in their different member countries, and hopefully with the help of ECOWAS, they are working together. I know that you have developed a plan of activities jointly signed by the two representatives of the Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries. And today, after the discussions, we had in light that there is a necessity to adjust and show where are the gaps to make sure that we are more efficient. That's why the representative of the Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries talked about the issues of the artisanal fisheries, the small-scale fisheries that have need to be addressed somehow. And the honorable representative of EU talked about the program on ports. I think we would be very happy to receive the document that can help all of us. Yeah, please. So we need the tools for port inspections and your program. This can help to fine-tune the program. I was just saying, because I'm very sensitive on how we address rapidly the problem of IUU in our region. It's costing a lot of money. So I was naively thinking that something can be done this afternoon, but apparently this is not possible. So based on that, we go to the program as it is set, and then we'll see later the one who decides what to do with the program. So, Dr. Jiga, if you can give me the program I see. I think that you have a presentation on the roadmap. Am I right? Okay. So if that's the roadmap, you have to present, so you come to the floor, please. Akande, you will help him to pass the different slides. Can you help FAO, please? It's done? Tu veux faire toi-même? Eh, you're a big man, eh? So can we upload him, give him some energy to present his document? Thank you.
If you upload now, that means that everything is okay, then I go back. I go back to my... Okay, so good afternoon all. I know that you just come from lunch. Hope that anybody's sleeping. So I'm going to share very quickly some outcomes from a big meeting that was held in Abuja that show how ECOWAS is interested in combating IUU. And from this meeting, we got what we called a roadmap. Why it is not coming now? Huh? Who stop sharing? I have to share again. Yes, it is coming.
What you can do, let me show what you can do. Just stop this one.
Yes, it is coming.
Okay. Don't touch here.
No, I want just to reduce this. All right. So quickly, the background, this is what we have already discussed this morning, how important is the fisheries sector in the region with two large marine ecosystem that make the waters, very rich of marine resources. Also, what is called the So the fishery sector is very, very important because it played a socioeconomic role in terms of GDP, employment. It is estimated that more than 9 million people depend on the fishery sector, directly or indirectly, for livelihood, food, and consumption, nutrition. We have an average of 14 kilograms per year, but this average is really changing from a country to another. I think that Senegal is around 30 kilos, where other country roughly reach 5 kilos per year. There are many challenges, including the IUU fishing, but not only IUU fishing. There are other crime that is related to fisheries. And why it is important to relate this, because you know that ECOWAS also have a Department of Peace and Security. And all other crimes that are linked to fisheries are in their scope. That's why ECOWAS as a whole, our directorate, which is charged on fisheries, and another directorate, which is charged on peace and security, joined our effort together to have a big meeting which tackle IUU, but also interested in other crime that is linked to fisheries. So this meeting was organized by ECOWAS within this integrated maritime strategy that Dr. Tao was talking about. And it was organized in Abidjan in March. So you can see it was really plenty of attendees coming from the member state. Dr. Tao was moderating this meeting. The objective of this meeting was to develop a regional cooperation framework to combat IUU in the ECOWAS maritime area, but also all this kind of crime that is linked to the fisheries. And there were diverse participants to this meeting. A representative from the member states was there. The ECOWAS Commission, the regional fisheries body, says FCWC was there, and the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission. Some marine institution, for example, the navies were there, and expert like Dr. Tad that you can see on the right. So he's always with us, always. So some outcomes. After many presentation discussion, we were able to see what are the main issue of IUU fishing. One of them was the lack of fishing authorizations. In the region, there are some vessels that are fishing without license or fishing permits. So this is a big issue. Another one is the violation of closed fishing area like MPAs or fishing period. For example, now in the region, some countries, and for example, for FCWC, now you see there is a period where most of the country closed their season. And we see that during even the closed season, there are vessels, artisanal or industrial, that cheat and go to fish in these areas, which is also a big problem. Another problem is transshipments. I think that Ere talked about it. Transshipment is generally for prohibited, but it is always taking place. And remember, one of our young professionals telling that we just don't understand sometimes why, if you compare the export of a country and the import, you see a gap. Yes, transshipment could be one of the reasons. So this is an issue that also need to be tackled. Another one is problem of compliance with fishing gears. So mostly, for example, if you see the fishing nets, they do not sometimes respect the regulations, which is a problem. Another one is bycatch and discard. In most of the fishing regulation, national fishing regulation, there are some rules to respect in terms of bycatch or discard. But some of the vessels that are doing IUU fishing are not respected, which is the problem. Another one is juvenile fishing. Most of the species, they are minimum length to be caught, and it is not generally respected. And artisanal fisheries is we're talking about artisanal fisheries. For example, you go to Senegal, the sardinella, which is very important for the reason, you will see artisanal fisheries that caught very small pieces of sardinella. And it is also the same for most of the species. And last but not least, reporting. And that's why we are talking about reporting. So most of the catch or fishing operations are not properly reported, which is a big issue. So this meeting came up with this list of issues that really need to be tackled during this for any project that now we develop during the next coming years. And then they provide key recommendations to address IUU fishing in West Africa. The first one is to strengthen national and regional MCS centers. All the country, most of the country, they have MCS centers, and also we have regional centers, and they need to be strengthened. One of the questions I wanted to ask to Dr. Halai is, for example, this MCS center based in Banjul that was very active, and we know that there are lack of capacity, so we need to strengthen all these regional centers. Develop also regional registration. We were talking about having a record of the vessel, both artisanal and industrial. So we need registration to be done for all the vessels. Improve also the licensing procedures. It's very important, so that we know that all vessels get proper license before going to fish, including artisanal fisheries. Prevent lending and sale of IUU fishing. Normally, if fish is caught through IUU, it should not be lended or sold. But we are seeing it, which encourage vessels to keep doing IUU fishing. So what can we do to avoid that? Another issue is interinstitutional coordination on data sharing. I think that Ere talk about this cooperation that to share intelligence is very important in the region, and we need to make effort on that. Implement the MAU, because the MAU have made provision for how to collaborate together, and we need to implement it. Okay. Develop also a common regional fisheries policy and harmonize our legal framework, which is a big issue, because all our countries have their laws, and sometimes it is not easy to work across the region because only the regulations are not the same. Okay. For example, if you take the first length for catching a fish, it varies from a country to another. So meaning that which is something that is IUU in a region is not necessarily the same in another region, unless we harmonize this legal framework. So based on those recommendations, so we were able to come up with a roadmap which had 6 components. One component, well, the first one was about governance, cooperation, and coordinations. Then the second one was related to policy and regulation. The third one was about research and biodiversity conservation, because if we don't have research, we don't know what we have. It's very important research. So also capacity building. I remember, I think this morning, my colleague from Nigeria were talking about the gap they have in terms of capacity building, his team, in terms of IUU. So that was one of the component of this roadmap. Also, data and information sharing. And the final one is about communication. We need to communicate, educate, sensitize. And this roadmap is built into in 3 years. So we will see with the project that we are having, how we can measure, because the project we are having is 5 years. Okay? So we have, if we have to merge together, probably we will move to 5 years. Now, I think that I don't need to waste time on this activity, Dr. because we will, as you said, we will work together again to make all this initiative into one project. So that first component have 8 activities, mostly on policies and regulations. Okay, so you can see some of them. I will share the roadmap so that we don't need to waste time. Okay, one is on policy and regulation. For example, updating the blue economy strategy, because this is where we are going to have a higher policy covering fisheries and aquaculture together, with other also sectors that are linked with the fisheries. Okay. Also, I think that this comprehensive framework we were talking this morning, we have to see whether it is not now necessary to update it, but we'll see together. We need to do it, exactly. Okay. Somebody talked about transparency. I think that during this meeting also, one of the activity was to see how the member can adhere to the FITI in order to promote transparency. Okay. In terms of research, I will not talk about everything, but one of the most important thing was stock assessment, because all the member states were talking about, yes, we want to protect our marine resources, but if we don't know what is the resource, so we need to know our resources if we want to protect them from IUU fishing. And so it came up the issue of how we can have regular stock assessment in the region and coordinated stock assessment. And I think that in terms of budget, I will tell you that activity had the biggest budget, because it's required really fund to have stock assessment, particularly if you have to use a vessel. Okay. In terms of capacity building, develop and implement a capacity building in MCS for all the member states, also in regional centers. So meaning that I think that one thing that is necessary is to assess the needs and develop proper program for capacity building for the member state and also the regional centers. Also harmonize some platform. For example, in MCS, the country and the regional centers sometimes use different platform. We need to harmonize and keep everybody have the same knowledge to how to use them. So that is a very important thing that also we need to do. Also develop training curricula for the national. Okay, for example, IUU fishing sometimes go to courts, and we need our prosecutors to get prepared also to know about it. So beyond our technical stuff, we also need to train those who are working at the court to know how important is the issue of IUU fishing. About data sharing, adopt, for example, a suitable and user-friendly data sharing. We need a platform where we use all this intelligence so that from a country you can access and know that this for example, vessel has already found somewhere because doing IUU fishing. So we have to build this platform. Also, regular update of the database. Sometimes we build database, but we do not update them regularly. So they get really obsolete. It's very important to do something on that. And also promote sharing platform between the different. Now we are beyond the regional fisheries bodies that have MCS. Also in terms of security, they have also other centers that are interested on some of the crime that I was talking about. For example, fishing vessels that carry drug. They need to work together, and we have to promote that. Because in most of the case, some of these vessels are not only doing this, they do whatever they can provide money. So if you share intelligence, it provides more effectiveness. And finally, in terms of communication, we need to have a awareness and a communication plan on IUU. We talk a lot about IUU, but it sometimes remains between us technicians. We have to make it known by even the consumers. We know that, for example, in European countries, now the consumers can even dictate what is happening at sea. For example, because of the eco-labeling, all these things. So we need that, but our consumers need to know. So I think that we need to work on large communication on IUU, touching other stakeholders like our consumers and all this. Also, use all digital tools that exist now, including also our the existing social network, all these things to communicate. During this, we didn't really have time to make a budget, but when I came back office, I tried to do some simulation. So it is a rough budget. Also, we'll need to work again with, because this, as we are getting this project now, we don't need to go separately. We have to see how all this budget can go together. But what I just can tell you that this component 3 that include the stock assessment had the biggest budget. Why? Because we know that to do stock assessment, you need a vessel. Either there was two scenarios, I think that during that meeting, either we hire, which costs a lot, or buy vessels. At national level, most of the country cannot afford the national level, vessel. Or also another idea was, for example, ECOWAS and partners try to find 1 or 2 vessels that are doing a stock assessment along the region. So there are many ideas that are coming back. I'm expecting, for example, I think next year to convene a workshop with researchers to see what is the best option that can help us to have joint stock assessment in all West Africa. So it will be maybe more clear before we get to something that is really operational. So this is what I wanted to share with you so that I don't keep your time.
It deserves another round of applause. Thank you so much. You know, it is funny because I worked in this program. I totally forgot what I have done. It was very new for me. I didn't know that we worked so hard to make sure that we meet the needs of the different countries. I'm quite happy that the way he did this, what are the needs? what we can do, and how we go for the 6 main programs or activities, and I want to go through it again. Governance cooperation, which is very good. We have different harmonization here to make sure that what we are doing, we coordinate it and it is harmonized. Second, policy and regulation. We know that one of the problems, we have policies, we have regulation, but we don't enforce. This is a very difficult thing. Research and biodiversity. In the region, as I've said, we have a network of the research centers. So you can just work with them, and you work yourself in a research center, you know. And one of the problems we are facing is the funding. This is the big problem of the institutes. Capacity building, we are getting a lot. It is cross-cutting subject, and we are getting some funds, of course, on that. Information sharing, excellent. I can say that FCWC has a very robust system. You have convinced the different member states to exchange very sensitive information, and it is signed by all the member countries. I think we can use that to build up in the program. Communication, education, and awareness. This is totally good because we are saying, and many people are not even aware, but when we have a good communication and a visibility plan in place, this can help. I think that he touched everything that can help, of course, to address the IUU in the region. And that's why I said you need another round of applause. Thank you again for showing excellent, very excellent. So what is the next for the program? Because we are moving, I'm quite happy the way he's saying that, okay, let us fit in our things in the bigger program. Let us go for one. Yes, Paula? Ah, she said yes. Okay. The first, you know, I was thinking that we are not balancing the gender. Let me tell you, the invitation have been made by her, not me. So if there is no women, that's not me, that's you. Applaud her. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, as I said this morning, good morning, welcome. My name is Paula Anton, and I'm the Fishery and Aquaculture Officer in the FAO Office for West Africa. And it's not a mistake, I kept my colleague Ndiaga Gay, because even if he's not here today, we started together, so it's in his honor. And my presentation is very brief, very simple, just to explain you all what we are doing here. I mean, just a very, very, very brief summary. I'm the Fishery and Aquaculture Officer of the FAO Office for West Africa, but also the manager of all this that happened during this project. So, brief introduction of IUU in West Africa. I'm not going to introduce you of IUU in West Africa. We already did 3 times already. But let me repeat again. Billions of dollars are lost because of IUU. I mean, 1/3 of the assessed fish populations are overfished, and over half are maximally sustainably fished. So it's we have a crisis. We are on a war in this region. So it's time to act. As my colleague said already, FAO started to try to fight against IUU, creating the first binding agreement we already talked about. Right now I put 11, as Halahi said, Guinea-Bissau, we are working on it. I mean, and even if we say it, I mean, almost all the countries of the region have already been provided support from FAO for the implementation of the posted measures agreement. So, I mean, things are moving, but what happens? We all know fish moves. We don't have borders. So what's the point if, I mean, I don't know, Senegal becomes the best fighter against IUU in the world, but Gambia doesn't? It has no sense. It's absolutely inside their waters. I mean, it will have no sense. So here is where all this enter. What happened? That the commissary of ECOWAS realized that with our fish, and he told us like this, pointing our fingers, your fish is bringing in my waters drugs, human traffic, and plenty of complementary crimes. So your fish is putting in danger my populations and my food security. So you have to do something. And who are the technical arms of ECOWAS? It's the two regional fishery bodies. And what did he realize? That the two regional fishery bodies have been working during all these years and doing a lot of things to combat IUU, but in different levels, in different ways, and with pausing every while. So he decided to request FAO for support to coordinate all this work, to put in the table FCWC and SRFC to see what have they been doing until now, what needs to be done, how, who, when, I mean, everything. So this is what we did. We sat on a table and we started thinking and we started developing and we developed the regional strategic framework and action plan to combat IUU in West Africa. But in that moment, we were not only sitting the regional fishery bodies and ECOWAS, we were sitting all the stakeholders because at the start of the project, we started analyzing the IUU situation of the region and doing a huge stakeholders mapping. And at that moment, that was 3 years and a half ago, so we need to update it. But we really put in the table everybody, because from the big organizations to the tiniest NGO, if we all keep working but we don't coordinate, it doesn't reach anywhere. So this was the whole point of the project, to analyze the situation, to put everybody in the table, to create the regional strategic framework and action plan that we developed all together. As well, we will present the project document. We already presented an overview. It mainly settles in 3-4 points: policy and legal frameworks, monitoring, control, and surveillance, of course, and then information exchange and capacity development. So this is how we focus our document, our project document. And finally, after all this regional strategic framework was done with all the stakeholders, and again, we did everything. The action plan is a list of what needs to be done, how do we have to do it, who has to do it, and when. So from here, we developed a project document that is exactly a copy-paste, let's say this. I mean, it's the way how we are going to implement the regional strategic framework and action plan. So here we are today, finally, after all these years, showing the project document to our partners, to our financial partners mainly, and seeking for potential funding. But as we said, I mean, WASOP, for example, now is on board, but it's not the only project that is working in these matters. So let's sit today and tomorrow mainly in this table, and let's see who is doing what and how we can complement our activities. And tomorrow, next steps all together again. Thank you very much.
One more round. 2 more rounds. Thank you, Paula. You know, tirelessly she was working. You know, when you start something, people say, what she want to do? She's young, she want to teach us something that we know better. But at the end, everybody accepted. And we are so proud that today we have a regional strategy that will help to curb down this bad thing happening, bad practices, and we are losing a lot of money, jeopardizing all the management policies that have been put in place, and a lot of money we are losing. I think you did well to recall what you have done so far to have today this program that will be put. And I like the way she finished the thing. We want to see how we can synergize the activities. We are not losing time. We are not losing money. We will look how we can work together efficiently. At the end of the day, we want to have indicators saying that from day 1 to the year X, we have done this. We reduce the IUU practices in different regions, and I think that the representative of the two regional commissions, sub-regional commission, you will be happy normally, because this is your job and we count on you, and if ECOWAS count on you, and we think that something can happen. So, Doc, where are we now? Questions, answers? Okay, the floor is open for questions. You want clarifications? You want to give your comments to help fine-tune the documents that have been presented? FAO would like to say something. FAO or ECOWAS? Thank you. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for the nice presentation. For all the presenters, actually, you hit the bit. So you carry everybody on board. Mine is to my colleague, Paula, and ECOWAS. I know you have been putting a lot of effort in coordination, looking at the synergy to avoid the duplication of effort. So many actors have been working in their area on some points. So I to to have space with organizations, so that we should be able to have a better coordination in terms of some of these activities that will help us to achieve these objectives.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You want to reply? Because I see that he said, yes, that's what I wanted to say. I support. Or I wait later, I'll come back to you. Okay.
I think that in the ECOWAS view, this is very, very important to have a coordination task force. And I can tell you, before coming in ECOWAS, I remember I was a researcher in Senegal. And I even remember, even in one country, there were plenty of organizations doing the same with different partners without any coordination. So the issue sometimes go beyond ECOWAS. Inside even the country, sometimes you see plenty of projects doing the same things with different partners and organizations. And it doesn't give visibility, and it is not effectiveness, it is a waste of money and time. So that's why we need to see how together we can coordinate, so that if something is being done, for example, in the Sub-Regional Fisheries Commission, that FCW can see how to join the effort. We really need that. Now, how to get it? I think that even the MOU have made some provision on that. So that's why one of the tasks is to see how to implement this, because FCWC and ECOWAS, and they agreed on how to coordinate all this action, but the problem is implementing it. And also, one of your proposal to have a task force could be a good idea, but we need to. But I know that our director who left this morning, he used to tell us that, guys, be careful. If you are with the member state, you have to know that they are your boss. You are not their boss. So ECOWAS is moving based on what the member states want. We cannot push them. Okay? So this is something that we need to on which we need to work together, to move together. But ECOWAS cannot dictate anything. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Paula, you need a coordinator at ECOWAS. That's what it means. And if, yeah, go ahead. You want to say that? Okay, go ahead.
This was the idea in the project.
Okay, because for me, the best way, there is no doubt, the strategic partner of ECOWAS on this issue is FAO. This is clear enough. Now, we used to have somebody, Sidibe was there, with Silla and Papa Goranjai. I think if you have it, it makes things easier. And the regional office, FAO, that's a national office, right? The FAO office here is a national. So the ECOWAS interlocutor, FAO is Dakar, the sub-regional commission, the sub-regional FAO office is the, yes. So we make sure that what you wish is what is somehow in the MOU tripartite, and it is being pushed by the two directors we have here, Akande and Jiga. So we are happy. We're happy that there is a commitment. And I don't know who is writing down. This is one of the recommendations that we have to see in the report, please. It's very important. Next, please. Who want to say something? Ah, yes. Thank you, Honorable Representative of EU.
Thank you. No, I just have a question. Maybe I missed it. But is the ECOWAS roadmap based on the work that the FAO TCP project has made? So it's directly based on it. Okay. Thank you.
Actually, no. In fact, I think Dr. Tai is better in good to talk about the background. But the ECOWAS roadmap, in fact, was another initiative. The member state gave ECOWAS, because of all the security issues that are happening at sea now, that can threaten all the ECOWAS member state. The member state gave the piece of peacekeeping and security directive the mandate to organize a meeting which take into account the security issue of IUU fishing, but all the crime. So it even go beyond IUU fishing only. So that's why this meeting was really organized by the Peace of Security Department of ECOWAS in collaboration with us. So it is a totally different initiative. Now, like I said, if we have to work on this work map, we cannot ignore what we want to do with the RESFAP and other projects. So, like our colleague was saying, we have to match everything and make sure that nothing has been left aside. So this is our challenge now.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. When we were developing this workshop with the PAPS department, because he's at the Department of Agri. We have PAPS. They wanted something wider, including the IUU. And when we were doing the job, of course, we have taken into account the TCP. Yeah, and if you look, there is no contradiction between what they have put in the program. And yeah, but that's a good question. Dr. Sidibe is back. No. What we have done, we have a good presentation from Jiga on the roadmap with the PAPS. And Paula did a good presentation that we are quite happy that we are moving in the same stream that will help tomorrow to have more or less a very coordinated
Si. Moi, c'est surtout par rapport justement à la présentation de Dr. Djiga. Je pense que le projet qu'il a présenté est un projet qui identifie très bien la problématique. Il pose très bien les questions, il passe aux différents problèmes qu'il y a. Mais j'ai deux petites questions, ou trois. La première, c'est quand je vois le montant qui est présenté, je suis un peu déçu. Je suis un peu déçu, pourquoi? Parce que quand on voit la soupe actuellement, il y a un peu de soupe maintenant. Parce qu'avec le soupe, il y a beaucoup de choses qui restent à faire, je pense. Et le problème, c'est que quand il met le stock assessment, que ce soit la performance, c'est ça où c'est là où vraiment j'ai des problèmes là-dessus. Il s'agit de faire un projet sans le stock assessment, se concentrer sur tout ce qui est activité IUU, hein, ce qui manque. Autrement dit, moi, j'ai parti de SOP qui va donner ici 6. Ce qui manque, c'est que quels sont les gaps qu'on peut financer. Il s'agit qu'on sache quels sont ça. Essayons de tenir compte tout ça ensemble. C'est ça qu'il faudrait faire aujourd'hui. C'est tout ce que je pense qu'il faudrait faire.
Thank you.
Il y a un autre petit point.
Yeah, okay.
C'est que la capacité que ce soit parce que quand on a capacité alors là, ça va être quelque chose, ça va exploser, le chiffre va être plus important parce que ça va prendre en compte les équipements matériels, ça va prendre en compte les formations sur les technologies nouvelles, les formations sur la télédétection, l'utilisation des images satellitaires, la formation sur un ensemble de choses qui, à mon avis, doit être très important pour prendre en compte. Et surtout, il reste que j'ai posé ce matin, la pêche artisanale n'est pas là-dedans. Et autre chose aussi, c'est que vous savez, dans le projet PESCAO, on avait avant prévu de faire de la surveillance aérienne. Et le projet WASOP, il n'y a pas de surveillance aérienne. Dans de FK, en tout cas pour ce qui nous concerne, ils avaient prévu dans le cadre du PESCAO des opérations de surveillance aérienne qui n'ont jamais été réalisées. Donc, qui n'ont pas été réalisées. Je pense qu'ils ont fait la question qu'on pose aujourd'hui de la coopération qu'est-ce qui peut être renforcé? On présente quelque chose assez rapidement et si nous il peut nous apporter à peu près la même chose, la même enveloppe. Si on a la même enveloppe, ce sera exceptionnel pour 5 ans à venir. Merci.
Thank you so much. You want to say something?
Okay, yes,
Okay.
very quickly. Merci à Dr. Khalai. Je voulais préciser une chose, c'est pas un projet. Vraiment, d'ailleurs, je pense que je suis tombé dans le pied parce que je ne devais même pas vous parler de ces chiffres, des budgets. Ça, parce qu'à la fin je me rappelle à la fin de la réunion, on cherchait à budgétiser, ce n'était pas possible. Mais je devais transmettre au PAPS des chiffres indicatifs. Donc, ce n'est pas du tout un projet, c'est une feuille de route. Une feuille de route, ça veut dire que dans les prochains projets que vous allez développer, c'est pourquoi on l'a présenté d'ailleurs ici. Parce que la feuille de route, c'est que dans les projets que vous devez développer dans les années prochaines, il faut que ces activités soient progressivement intégrées. Donc l'idée, c'est que ces activités qui sont là, dans cette feuille de route, si elles ne sont pas déjà dans le RESFAP, on voit comment on peut les ajouter. Donc c'est vraiment une feuille de route et non un projet. Donc les chiffres sont très indicatifs. Il n'y avait même pas un budget, je devais t'emmener avec un planning, avec budgétisé. Et je suis aussi d'accord avec vous. La question de l'évaluation des ressources était un grand débat. On n'avait pas terminé d'ailleurs sur les scénarios. C'est pourquoi j'essaie d'avoir un atelier spécifiquement sur ça. Parce que ça, il fallait avoir les chercheurs. Mais je suis d'accord avec vous, peut-être, c'est les gens de la CEDEAO qui disent on ne peut pas détacher les deux, parce que pour protéger, il faut connaître. Mais avoir peut-être un projet spécialement sur les stock assessment, peut-être est mieux et de se concentrer que sur la surveillance. Je suis d'accord avec vous. Donc, je pense que dans les prochaines années, à partir de 2026, je suis en train de sécuriser dans mon budget comment on peut avoir des ateliers spécifiquement pour chaque aspect pour pouvoir, quelle est la meilleure stratégie à prendre. Voilà.
Très bien. Docteur Sidibé.
Let me speak French. Je pense que c'est un débat de fond qu'on est en train d'avoir et je voudrais apporter quelques précisions. La première précision, il faut comprendre que ce processus auquel nous sommes aujourd'hui à l'aboutissement a commencé très longtemps avant WhatsApp. De ce fait, ce n'était pas indiqué que nous allons voir WhatsApp et que nous allons définir ce que WhatsApp allait faire. Ça, c'est le premier point, même si j'ai été un peu impliqué dans le processus WhatsApp, mais après. Et ça, c'est très important. Et la seconde question que monsieur le secrétaire permanent a posée, surtout, je vais parler de la surveillance aérienne. C'est vrai que dans le cas de Pescao, on a eu, je crois, 2 ou 3 opérations, si je me trompe. 2, hein? On a eu 2 opérations. Bon, je crois que c'est 2. Le docteur Tal est mieux indiqué parce qu'il suivait ça de près. Je pense que, oui, dans le cas du programme, Pescao. Non, Pescao, programme, c'est CDAO. Yes. Programme CDAO, je crois qu'on a eu 2. Peut-être qu'ils ont eu une dans la zone CCP et l'autre certainement dans la zone RCWC. Je pense qu'il y a des raisons pour ça. Pourquoi on n'a pas mis surveillance aérienne dans le WhatsApp? Je ne suis pas le mieux indiqué de le dire, même si je connais la raison. Mais vous, en tant que les personnes autorisées, je pense que certainement, c'est une question qui pourrait venir lors du prochain comité de pilotage. Ou même, comme FK sera là, on pourrait avoir un échange pour moins connaître les raisons et tirer les leçons. Parce qu'on ne peut plus mettre cette surveillance aérienne dans WhatsApp. Et ça, c'est très important. Je pense qu'il faut le mentionner. Le dernier point, c'est le stock assessment. Et j'aime toujours dire ça. Je pense que beaucoup ici dans la salle, il serait bien qu'on essaie d'utiliser déjà des procédures qui sont en cours. Il y a plus de 20 ans ou depuis 1976, peut-être certains dans la salle me corrigeront, il y a déjà quelque chose qu'on fait en termes de stock assessment dans la région. La FAO a des groupes de travail qui impliquent les pays membres de la CEDEAO. OK? Ces groupes de travail, non seulement on commence à avoir de l'expertise, et s'adapte à l'évolution, parce que le travail, on est convenu de revoir les approches d'évaluation des stocks. Et je pense que je ne dirais pas que c'est légitime, mais quelque part, il serait bien qu'on regarde ce qui n'a pas marché dans ces groupes de travail. Bien sûr, Giga, il est chercheur et il connaît de quoi je parle. Kalaï aussi a participé, même à participer à ces groupes de travail. Je pense que ce serait bien qu'on essaie d'éviter, je ne sais pas, de dupliquer ou de faire comme si rien n'est sur le terrain. Ça, je pense qu'on n'a plus droit à ça. Essayons peut-être ce qu'il est en train de faire, de l'améliorer et de choses. Je ne dis pas que les stock assessments sont parfaits. Non, loin de là. Mais par contre, ça existe. OK? Exactement. Il y a eu un financement aussi qui a plus de 50 ans d'action dans notre zone. Je pense qu'il faut essayer de capitaliser tout ça. Et comme a dit Giga, je pense que ce roadmap est une occasion même de faire le point. Et WhatsApp est bienvenu. WhatsApp, quelque part aussi, a construit sur quelques insuffisances du PESCAO. Et je suis sûr qu'il y aura peut-être WhatsApp aussi. Il y aura d'autres projets pour WhatsApp qui vont construire sur les insuffisances de WhatsApp. Le seul ici c'est le problème qu'on a concocté, comment on peut utiliser les ressources pour en faire un projet ou un programme et s'assurer, surtout dans un cadre harmonieux. Pour ne pas donner l'impression qu'on ne fait que, parce que je vous dis en toute sincérité, quelques parties prenantes sur le terrain, ils commencent à faire monter certains messages et il faut qu'on commence à les comprendre. Ah, vous nous envoyez, vous avez déjà vu Pierre et vous habillez pour nous ramener encore ça. OK. Et ça, c'est des messages qu'il faut bien comprendre. Hein. Ça, c'est des directeurs de pêche qui le disent, les autres ministères. Il faut de plus en plus penser aussi à leurs implications, à leur appropriation de ce que nous faisons. Parce que tout le temps, s'il faut venir avec les projets qui, je ne dirais pas, répètent les mêmes choses ou qui, certes, n'est pas parfaite, mais il serait bien qu'eux-mêmes s'impliquent dans ce processus. Voilà ce que je voulais dire, Dr. Je pense que c'est un bon débat et il serait bien qu'on garde ça Et heureusement, beaucoup dans cette salle, ils ont plus de 10 ans, 15 ans. Tout ce que je dis là, ils peuvent me contredire, m'affirmer. Merci.
Non, c'est excellent. Moi, je vois l'approche. Nous tous, nous allons vers le même objectif. Différents chemins, mais plus on discute, plus on se rend compte qu'il y a des choses. Brahim, il a touché la pêche artisanale. Tout ce qu'on fera, la pêche artisanale devrait venir, doit être très visible. Diega a pris le roadmap, mais du PAPS. Tout le monde a travaillé. Il y avait les gens de la marine. Nous avons des experts scientifiques. Il y avait tout le monde. Donc ça aussi, les 6 points sont tellement importants. On va voir comment on va les mettre. C'est facile, je pense que, parce que le travail fait par la FAO est basé sur le TCP, qu'on a travaillé pendant plusieurs années. Et les gens ont discuté, on est là-dessus. On arrive, il y a peut-être un point ajouté, c'est pas grave, on va l'ajouter. Et puis, les bailleurs de fonds qui sont là vont se dire, mais tiens, on a tenu compte quand même clairement de WhatsApp. WhatsApp fait beaucoup de choses, mais il y a le gap. Et on va essayer de travailler là-dessus. Je pense qu'on est sur la bonne voie. Le débat de fond, je suis d'accord, Doc. Parce que moi-même, je vais plus loin. Je dis que nous disposons de certains bateaux de recherche dans la région. Tu te souviens, Diga, on avait dit, il faut utiliser ce qui existe. Il ne faut pas fermer les yeux. Et le COPAS, le travail qu'il fait, il est excellent. Moi, je vous dis que si vous prenez le travail de COPAS, ça vous donne des chiffres. On se demande même, mais pourquoi on les met pas dans nos rapports? Moi, je pense que la CEDEAO devrait s'approprier des rapports du COPAS. Ça vous permet de le mettre sur votre website aujourd'hui, Giga, pour permettre de ne pas perdre ces informations qui sont cruciales. Ce que Brahim, Dr Sidibé, ce qu'ils ont dit, encore une fois, je rappelle aux rapporteurs, parce que notre réunion sera bien valorisée si ce qu'on dit et on est d'accord est sorti. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont dit? Quelle réponse on a donnée et comment on peut avancer, s'il vous plaît. Voilà, je pense qu'on a eu beaucoup de questions, beaucoup de réponses. Est-ce que FK, you want to say something? Please, just one thing.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
If you look him too deep.
Okay. Okay. No. Interesting discussions, and I think
yes,
I think several subjects were touched, and So yeah, I think it was an interesting discussion. I have nothing to add.
Excellent.
So thank you.
Excellent. Yes. So no more questions. We have a break. We finish. No, you know what they told me? When we finish the two, we break and they want to refresh a little bit something. That's what we said. Well, Mr. Serafin, you are younger than me, you stay. The older people, they go. Sidibe, you go and do your reports, your meetings. And then I will facilitate. I will be remaining with you. We see, based on what we said, what we can do. Don't say me no. I am older than you.
We don't
She still want to say something.
We don't still to gather, but I had a small comment as you are giving me the floor.
Yeah, I give you, if you have comments, not small.
Yes, it's a small comment. I think we, as you rightly said, we have to build on the existing thing and we also to strengthen dialogue with other people.
Excellent.
When we are talking, we talk about the Commissioner for Peace and Maritime, and we working together to come out with a plan.
Exactly.
I think such kind of dialogue can mobilize more resources, because when you go and talk only about IUU, sometimes people are not interested. But when we talk about peace or social dimension of the IUU, that can attract more people.
Excellent.
We are trying to connect the combat of IUU with labor issues.
Yes.
In our region, we are able to sign a MOU between ILO and the Fisheries Committee, just to attract resources and see what are ongoing on the vessels. We mentioned that Ghanaian people were died or passed away. Since then, we haven't known what happened. But if through this mechanism, we had inspector that is funded, supported to be on the vessel, to look at labor, but also look at crime, criminality, it can attract other resources. Technology is improving. A lot of technology is improving. We are talking about aircraft monitoring. Drones are not here. Many tools are available. Startups are developing tools. So we can attract some startups also in fisheries to see what they can provide in terms of support to address some of the challenges. That was the small comment I wanted to make. We have to have an open mind when we are talking about combating IUU to attract other support.
Very good. You know that this is not a small comment. I've told you we are not going for small. We go for comments, and you did well. Thank you so much. We can add the illegal immigration also, which is a very hot issue on the table. Again, thank you so much for being patient, for participating actively to this meeting. We are so happy. And then we close now, give you the time to, because things are piling on your different offices since the morning. Please, people from Sub-Regional Commission for Fisheries, FCWC, Usman from FAO, you remain. We want to show something tomorrow. And Serafin, yes or no? Maybe, if you are. Yeah, you are good. He knows about IUU. Thank you again for coming. Thank you for listening to us, and we'll see you tomorrow. At what time? 9:10? 9:30? Give them time to look their emails. 9:30 tomorrow, please. Thank you, the interpreters. See you tomorrow, 9:30. Thank you again. Okay, you have your lunch or what? The pack, the coffee break, but that's a pack you go with. I've seen something. Yes? Where is Sibyl? Sibyl want to feed us. Look, the guy is coming with that. Okay, à demain. À demain. Demain matin, hein? Demain. Mañana. Ta mañana. Sí. Okay. Nice.
parle pas de Z47 ou